All right. Hello, everyone. We've got sound, we've got video. Looks like we are good to go. Welcome to the 4 Hours of Imola, brought to you by Racing Pals. My name is Jaker, and with me today is my good friend Crime in the booth. Say hello, Crime.
Hello.
Crime will be joining us for the co-commentary role today. We've got a few minutes left in practice before we have a 30-minute session of qualifying. That's 15 minutes each for the GT3 and GT4 classes. Before we flip over into qualifying, Crime, do you have any idea of who we should look out for this month's endurance race?
I think I think Mr. Deep Cuts with the McLaren 69 car and Kovacs with the 562. I think both of them have very good chances of maybe potentially winning that endurance race for the GT3 class. And I'll put my money on 997 Mercedes, I would say, for the GT4. Maybe to win it, hopefully. So, yeah.
Okay. Now, Kovacs, I believe, is a single driver today in this 4-hour event. Do you think that's going to play any part in his finishing position today? I know 4 hours is quite a while to be racing a car at full tilt.
I don't think it will be much struggle for him. I have seen him do multiple RP endurances solo, so I think he has enough practice to not be tired.
That's good. I know Mr. Deep Cuts is my racing teammate over in the Project Ameliorate series, also hosted by Racing Pal, so I'll be rooting for him for sure. He looks pretty strong in practice. He's put in the fastest time, a 1:41.02, quicker than anyone else so far. Let's hope they can keep that speed up high into qualifying. Looks like time has expired for practice, so we've got racers finishing their hot laps, and then we'll be moving along into qualifying here shortly as we see Deep Cuts rolling into the pits here. Go back over to Kovacs and see him on his in lap as well.
And let's not forget, Dipkes has Thomas Jack as a teammate, who is very fast driver in my opinion. He's shown great performance also in RP series, so I think it will be a very good team with a very good chance to win it.
That's a good point. Mr. Thomas Jack has been up high in the standings in both RP series and other previous endurance events, so I think that is an extremely strong team. All right, looks like the server has switched over to qualifying. We'll see the GT4s come out shortly. Let's see who we've got rolling out. There goes a GT4 McLaren. We'll follow him out of the pits now. So the difference between the GT4 and GT3 teams, most fans are going to know that there's a big speed difference. But what comes with that change in the speed is also the difference in budget for the teams. All of these GT4 teams run on a much lower budget. The cars have less intensive setup options, and it's just a more pure style of racing, I find. I'm a big fan of the GT4 style. And one of the reasons you can bring that up is I know we had a couple of Maserati entries, but it looks like they may have pulled out. The Maserati GT4 car is a favorite of mine because it has no traction control or anti-lock brakes. I believe that GT4 entry was entry into a different series of racing, and they just made a couple of modifications to the car to make it acceptable for GT4. We got Dat Husky in the in the chat saying RP series upgrade tokens win. A joke for Project Ameliorate, how you can upgrade your cars between races. That's great. We've got
Yeah,
Tom
I
and
don't think that
Naos.
will be
Yeah.
happening very soon. So
We'll see. We'll see. Maybe if AC2 comes out, maybe we can make it happen then. But until then, we'll just go with what the lovely folks at Kunos are putting together for ACC. Got a lot of love for the 997 in the chat as well. So we'll definitely make sure to get them some camera time since they're in for the race today, in for the chat.
I have put my money on them winning the GT4 race, so hopefully they actually win it.
They were looking very strong in the practice, but of course, practice is just practice. Doesn't matter how you do there, it's how you do in the qualifying in the race. All right, so Team Iris coming to the line now to start their first flying lap. Lucas Leighton in the cockpit. We'll see how they go in their purple and pink McLaren.
Sorry if I'm quite deep, but hopefully you hear that message. I have put my money on you to get pole position and also win the race, so please do that. Otherwise, Jack has promised to remove some research tokens, so yeah, you really need to win that.
I would never do anything like that. No. It looks like you need to be turned up a little bit in the volume mixer, so I'll do that really quick. I wonder if maybe I have you turned down a little bit in Discord and didn't realize it. Oh, you're actually turned up in Discord. Say hello, Crime.
Hello, hopefully now it's better.
Yeah, you're only coming up into the orange. Okay, there we go. I turned you up. You should be nice and loud now.
Well, hopefully not too loud.
No, you're coming up about the same level I am, maybe a touch quieter, so it should be fine. Feel free to scream if somebody runs a fast lap.
The GT4 is past the last corner, so let's see what time he puts on it.
Yep, Lucas is going to be the first one to put in a fast time. Let's see what we've put up. Looks like it's, where is it on my screen?
151.2.
Yeah, 151.2. Let me see if I can adjust my HUD here so we can get that up on the screen.
I think lap times will get improved for the GT4, but we shall see. The 997, it's currently second fastest with 151.285, very close to P1, so hopefully they find some more pace.
Yeah, it looks like they had
into the next 10 minutes.
Looks like they wanted to make a setup adjustment immediately. They immediately stopped and went into the pits. Hopefully they already know exactly what they need to go faster. We'll switch over to Hartman here. The Red Kiwi Racing Porsche GT4.
They are currently 7th up on their Delta, so they have a very good chance of improving a lot and maybe taking that P1 from the 76 McLaren.
Very good, very good. Sorry for the quietness. Trying to figure out why my times aren't showing up on the leaderboard.
Husky mentioned numpad 0. Not sure if you have numpad.
I do. That doesn't seem to do anything for me. With numlock either on or off. There we go. Thank you, Mr. Husky. Glad you're here. There we go. That's going to make it a lot more enjoyable here for the viewers. All right, Hartman rolls through, and he has just put in a 151.4. That does improve his time a little, but that still leaves him at third place.
It seems like he lost around 4/10 in sector 3, I believe, so definitely has more time to gain.
We'll switch
The
over to
70s.
the 997 on their outlap. They should be coming to the finish line here shortly to put together a nice lap. And indeed, they are coming through to Ravazza, the double left-hander downhill at the end of the lap. So we'll follow along with them as well. Thank you guys for the keyboard shortcuts for the leaderboard as well. I really do appreciate that. So far, Draze is through the first half of the track, heading back up the hill, and is looking pretty strong, up 2.5 tenths on their delta. They're only 2.5 tenths down on the whole lap. For first place. Let's see if Race Spirit Team 997 can put it on top. They looked very clean through Aqua Minerale. That was very good. They're up another 10th. This is going to be a strong lap if they can keep it together here.
Oh, yeah.
The Alta Chicane, looking good as well. Lost a little bit of time there. They might have absolutely nailed it the last time. It's going to be close. It's all down to Ravazza. Let's see how they take the double left-hander here. A little bit wide on the exit. Let's see if they can carry that time in. It's going to be really close at the line.
I think they would just miss out. Yeah, they just missed out.
Oh, they just missed out. Yep, a 151.077. That is half of a tenth behind the 76 McLaren. That is going to be super close.
There is 5 minutes remaining of qualifying for the GT4, guys, so he technically has still got maybe 1 or 2 chances left, but he really needs to nail all 3 sectors to be 100% confirmed that he gets pole position.
I think you made a good choice with this car, Crime. They are looking very comfortable through the whole track. They may not have pole right now, but with how comfortable the car is going through the whole track, I bet they're going to be set for a very smooth, calm, and safe endurance event. And you and I both know that sometimes an endurance event is more about staying out of trouble and not taking yourself out as much as it is being fast.
Oh, that is 100% sure. If you're not comfortable with the car, you hardly survive 4 hours a race. So yeah, they should be 100% comfortable with that car, and it does look that it's a nice car to drive.
It just hops right over those curbs at the chicanes, and Aqua Minerale is it can be such a difficult turn. The double right-hander downhill. You might have to balance the brake bias to try to make sure you don't understeer on braking, but not so much that you possibly spin on the brakes with all the weight off of the rear end. But this car just looks so solid. I really do think they've got a good chance. They're coming to the line here. It looks like they're up on their time.
Yeah.
We might have a new pole sitter. Let's see.
2 tenths up, yes. 150.882. That's the new time to beat for the other people. Yeah. So
great job nice by Antoine. Is that Antoine? Antoine from Race Spirit Team. Great lap. We'll follow along with now the Chevy Camaro. They're on a hot lap as well. That's a pretty sweet looking livery as well. Let's get a better look at this. White and pink. Just USA flag on top, Costco on the front, Busch Light on the sides. This is the American entry right here. If I remember looking through the entry list correctly, there's one GT3 team with an American driver, but this GT4 team has two American drivers, and they are really leaning into that that American branding. They even got Donut Media on the side. Good taste. They're coming to the line here. It looks like they were down on their lap, so they're going to practice their pit entry here. We'll go back to the 76 of Team Iris, Licton at the wheel, trying to take back pole position. Looks like he's on a pretty good lap here so far. I'm showing a green delta. What do you think, Crime?
I think he has a chance maybe to get pole position back, but looking at it, the 997 Mercedes, it's still up by a tenth and a half on their delta, so I think it will be very close in the last 2 minutes remaining of qualifying. So
this has been an excellent qualifying session for sure. Yeah. All right, we'll see what Drace puts up here. Coming to the line, it is green on the delta. Yep, that is a 150.760. That is an improvement from their previous lap.
That's a very fast lap time, and not sure if the 76 McLaren can actually beat that. They're currently down on their lap time, so they have one more chance.
Yep, looks like they are not going to improve on this lap. Yep, they'll have another chance. If a car takes a lap at 15 minutes, they are permitted to finish. But after that point, anyone who crosses the line, their session is over. We'll follow along, see if Team Iris can claim the pole back. Regardless of who takes the pole here, I really hope these two GT4 teams can keep up the pressure on each other during the race. It'll certainly keep things interesting, and I really do think the GT4 class doesn't get enough time on camera on some of these events, so we'll make sure to include them, especially if they're going to be so close during the race.
I'm pretty sure that both the McLaren and the Mercedes are going to have a very good battle throughout the whole RP Endurance race. So currently, it does seem like the 76 McLaren has improved by almost 4/10, which is more than enough to claim that pole position. But let's see if they can actually keep it clean throughout the rest of the lap.
See how steep this hill is coming down into Ravazza, that braking point a little bit further back than you might expect, just because the car's coming down the hill as they come into that braking zone.
The 997 Mercedes has invalidated their lap time, so I think, yeah, it won't be enough for the 76 McLaren to claim that pole position. Very close.
GT3s are released from the pits, and that is a good lap from Team Iris, but not quite enough to take pole. Looks like the only other team left on an active lap is the 154 Porsche of Hartmann, but they are down about 2.5 seconds on their lap, so yep, they are coming in to the qualifying. So that is the end of GT4 qualifying. Quite exciting so far. The 997 AMG taking the pole for GT4. They're finishing their in-lap here, so we'll flip over to the GT3 teams. Let's see, we'll start out following the HCR team, the Helios Community Racing Porsche, around the track here. Switch over to GT3. Maybe. There we go. Always admired the Helios Community Racing's livery team. They always put together some really beautiful looking cars. This red is so handsome and proud on this Porsche. Looks great. The Cooler Master sponsorship on the door seems to fit in really well. The HCR, the HC3 logo on the front looks beautiful. And the white on the roof just It gets the contrast just right. I know it's sometimes a bit of a joke, but sometimes being the best looking car really does give you a speed advantage. It makes you feel confident, makes you feel comfortable, and it just it just gets you that extra speed.
100%. And also, they're also fast. It's not like they're lacking pace, so they could be quite up there.
Looks like they're getting some room for a qualifying lap. We'll skip ahead to someone here that's already taken a green flag for a hot lap. We'll go to the 82 of BMW for what is that? Clean Vigor Racing. Looks like they were one of the first cars to take the green flag here for qualifying. Only one other car up ahead quicker, but they've already invalidated. Follow along for this lap. See if we can get a good look at this car. See how it's handling through all these bumps. GT3 cars have more power, but also more importantly, they've got more aerodynamic downforce. And you're going to see how that's going to affect the cars a lot through these chicanes with their big bumps through them. All of these cars sit way lower than the GT4 cars. So some of these cars really don't like hitting the bumps, and it really upsets the aerodynamic balance. So far, not a misstep or looking uncomfortable or anything. They've put up the first time in qualifying a 142.7. Lots of time to be made up there, but a good banker lap to begin.
And it immediately gets beaten by the 232 Porsche with a 141.8.
Yep. Looks like the M&J downforce number 2 put in a pretty solid lap. And they're up again on their lap already, so we'll follow along, see how it goes. Driver Benedict is in the silver class. Silver class cars are the ones that are driving with one driver. There will be no driver swaps for these teams. So we have a single individual driving for the whole 4-hour race. Real strong Ironmen there driving the cars.
The 74 McLaren with James Andrews is currently P3 with a 140. It's currently P4 actually with a 142.6. So it looks like a great battle for P3 between a few teams. And also the 200 Porsche got very close to getting that pole position, just missed out by 25 thousandths of a second. So I think it will be very interesting battle for the pole position of G3 like it was for the GT4.
I think so as well. We were seeing times as low as in the 140s in practice, so there's definitely some time for everyone to make up. So we're probably going to see a lot of movement on the leaderboard here with 10 minutes to go. Looks like Benedict was not able to find any time on this lap. Best of luck on the next one. We'll bounce over to another driver here. Go to Oliver Meyer with the RPM Tribwork team coming to the finish line now. They are up on their time quite significantly. Let's see what they put in here. That's a 142.2. That bumps them up to 5th, just under 0.4 of a second behind the current pole position.
The 69 McLaren with deep cut is currently finishing a lap time. Let's see where it puts them. P4 with a 142.1.
Good call, Crime. Deep Cuts was our fastest car in practice. Definitely
but
some
I
strength
think
in the car.
Mr. Kovacs with a 562 Bentley, I think kind of just destroyed everyone right now with a very good lap time with a 141.5, which is 0.2 quicker than the 232 Porsche. So yeah, there are very fast drivers in the GT3.
Yep, Kovac was strong in practice. That 141.5, a solid time. But there's definitely some drivers that are going to be able to find more time. Looks like Oliver Meyer's down on this lap. So So we're going to switch over to another driver here. Let's see. I know Kovacs just put in the fastest time, but he's already up on that time as well.
By 2/10, which is quite a lot. And also I can see Deep Cuts is up by almost a second, which will be enough for him to currently get a provisional pole position. But let's see if he keeps it clean.
Wow, that Bentley just screaming over the top of the hill into the double left-hander at the end of the track. That is an aggressive, strong-looking car. Kovacs coming to the line. Deep Cuts also coming to the line. Deep Cuts takes pole with a 141.3. Kovac is down on his time, and he takes that pole right back with a 141.320, less than a tenth faster than Deep Cuts.
That is very close fight for pole position. And also the 74 McLaren with James Andrews is also 3/10 behind them, so I think they could be also very fast throughout the whole race.
Yep, and we see Deep Cuts actually pushing too hard there, has to reset to the pits as he goes off track. These drivers are trying to get everything they can out of these cars. As we see Peter Jorgensen up on his time, coming through the final double left-hander. We're going to see what time he can put up. Looking pretty strong right now. He's 7/10 out of pole position. This time may not be enough to give him pole, but he might jump up a couple spots, and he does, up to 5th place with a very solid 141.7. That BMW looking great in those German colors. Again, a lot of these cars seem to really have put in some good work for their setup. No one's looking too uncomfortable. The only time we've seen anything really adverse has been Deep Cuts, and honestly, I think he was just trying to get too much out of the track there, and it wasn't like the car was mishandling or being poorly behaved.
And also, we don't know for how much fuel he had left in his car, so he might have just reset to pits.
That's true, that's true. See, Tobias Brock just puts in a fast time for his Porsche at 142.7. Wild Saw Racing, that is a very handsome livery. Lots of art all over in the black on the back, looking, honestly, handsome. I think handsome's the right way to describe that. We'll switch over to the 21 Ferrari here. Warren Megans of Felix Racing Red. They are up on their time, looking pretty solid. Oh, they push a little wide through Ravazza. Hopefully that doesn't cost them too much time. A little wide on the apex as well. That Delta's not staying as green as it was, but they will be improving their time. Number 21 crosses the line here, a 142.5. That does bump them up a little bit to 14th place. We'll switch over here to No Big Deal Racing Team, another German team. They're blue and black Porsche. Going through Aqua Minerale. Looking pretty solid. And looks like they had a good lap going, but maybe they weren't quite happy with how Aqua Minerale went. They slowed down to get a better position through their next lap. We'll switch over here. Benedict M&J Downforce number 2 puts in a new fast time for them, a 141.4. That's less than 2/10 off of the pole time. Lots of competition up top. The top 4 within 0.2 of a second. The top 13 within 1 second.
It's very close, and also I can see the first penalty for this event is on the 888 car that has apparently blocked the 74 McLaren during qualifying, so they received 5-second penalty, I'm assuming for the race.
Hmm. Interesting, interesting. We got 3 minutes left here in qualifying. Drivers need to get out there and put their best times in. No big deal throughout their earlier lap, but they are up big time on this lap. I am showing, am I seeing this right? Are they up 7/10 of a second right now and they're only halfway through the lap?
I think so as well, which is with that 7/10, it actually it's already 8/10. I think they're looking very good for that provisional pole position.
Absolutely. If they can keep this clean and keep it all together here, we might be looking at a new pole sitter at the end of this lap. And even through Aqua Minerale, they are gaining time everywhere, Crime. This is quite a lap.
Literally 1.2 seconds. I'm very surprised.
Oh my goodness. Wow, and they are really pushing this car. I saw the tail end stick out a little bit over the top of that that chicane. Here they come into Ravazza, clipping the apex nicely, looking nice and controlled, snug, comfortable. That Porsche's looking great. They are up huge on their lap. This is definitely going to be a new pole time. They are staying as close into that wall as possible to get that pole. And there it is, 141.8? What?
Wait a second.
That can't be right. They were up a second and a half. They didn't disallow their time, did they?
No, I don't think so. It's just probably some kind of bug with the software we are using.
Man.
But definitely we saw them improving by 1.4 seconds.
I'm going to keep an eye on this team during the race. I don't think that was a bug. That car looked fast, it looked good, and it looked comfortable. I think they've got some speed. Speaking of one who has speed, we'll bounce back over to M&J Downforce number 2 again. They are up on their lap. Oh, and you see the car squirm there as it goes over those slippery rumble strips. They're finishing up their lap down the hill into Ravazza. Got those right side tires on the green of the rumble strip, using up all of the track that they can to take that speed and maximize it through the turn. That looked comfortable, but maybe a touch slow. I'm not sure if they're going to be improving on this lap. It's going to be close. With only a 10th, they improve by 100th. They go from 1.6 to 1.5 behind the pole time of Kovacs. We've got 15 seconds left.
Yeah, and they have one more chance, actually.
Yeah, they've got their final lap here. Let's see, is there anyone else improving currently? The number 200 of RXE Motorsport, Matthew Heaven at the wheel, coming to the line for their final lap. Might be improving here. They do put in a very strong 141.4. That puts them in 5th place, less than 0.2 off of the pole time. Kovacs has taken the checkered flag. The number 82 BMW sneaks 2nd place. Deep Cuts out on his final lap. He's down on his time.
But the 232 Porsche is currently up 0.3, which is more than enough for the pole position. But let's see, they seem to lost 0.2 out of it. So
yeah, they definitely pushed hard through Aqua Minerale. I saw the car kind of squirm, and they go wide there. Stewards aren't going to allow that time.
They invalidated their lap time. Yeah, that will be the end of the qualifying.
So we've got a couple of sleepers in the top 10 here, all in Porsches. A lot of Porsches in this grid, but none of them take the top 3. We've got Kovacs first, Jorgensen in the 82 second, and Deep Cuts in 3rd. All right, we'll get set for the race starting here in 2.5 minutes. We'll go through the grid here. We've got, starting, of course, in 1st, 2nd, and 3rd, Kovacs, Jorgensen, and Deep Cuts. Gawizik in 232 Porsche in 4th. Heaven in 5th. Munir in the number 2 Porsche, 6th. Andrews, number 74 McLaren in 7th. Nunendorf, 8th place in their number 5 Porsche. Luke, number 9 today in the 187 Porsche. Hemo 84 in the 59 Porsche, number 10. 11th is Gruber, 99 Porsche. Chromix, the 501 McLaren in 12th. Evo Dante, number 58 Porsche in 13th. Withall, number 957 Ferrari in 14th. Bach, number 90 Porsche. What is this one here? Neprong, 456 Porsche. Megan's number 21 Ferrari. Another Ferrari behind in 18th with weight, number 422. Star, number 44 in the McLaren. Medina in the 888 McLaren. Keinel in 117 Porsche. Winning in the number 80 Porsche. Number 20 Ferrari in 23rd place by Evan Blij. We've got Stefanski in the 333 Ferrari. We've got Hilius in the 777 Lamborghini. Fuyutsuki in the number 27 Porsche. And then we have the GT4 grid. Dre's taking the pole for GT4 in the 997 AMG. Lichten, number 76 in the GT4 McLaren. Ickler in the GT4 Porsche 154. The American Camaro entry, number 198 with Wilson. Dirt in the 180 AMG. And Rossi in the number 146 BMW. All right, looks like the timer is getting ready to go out here. We're going to have a rolling start, so all cars are going to have a lap to warm up their tires and get ready to go as we see the cars start to roll.
Let's see if the 82 BMW is gonna challenge immediately the Bentley after the start of the race.
Certainly,
and also they should be.
Yeah, sorry.
Yeah, and
go ahead.
and they should be very careful of incidents because some people may push too hard about it, and that will cost them a lot of lap time. And it's a 4-hour race, and I don't think it's worth to push over the limit.
It's certainly going to be interesting to see how aggressive these teams start out at the beginning of the race. Currently, we're finishing. We're going into Villeneuve, the left-right chicane. We're going to see a lot of interesting lines coming here into Tosa, the left-hand hairpin here. But the track at Imola, something I've always enjoyed about it is there's a big hill that you climb in the middle of the lap and you come down through it. So cars race up the hill here, coming into Piratella, this left-hander. And then as they come through here, this is the crest of the hill. They come into, honestly, one of my favorite turns in all of racing, Aqua Minerale. It is a double right-hander that has the drivers braking with a changing level of elevation. Double right-hander. It's so precise and technical. You've got to have a strong setup and a strong driver at the wheel to get the most out of that turn every lap. It is a turn that certainly separates those men from the boys, if you will. They come up through Variante Alta, a very tight, very bumpy chicane. You're going to see a lot of cars hit those bumps in the chicane and well, possibly upset the car coming out. The AstroTurf and the rumble strips on the right are a bit slippery, and things are certainly going to be changing throughout the day as this endurance event goes on for 4 hours. It starts at 7 p.m. We're going to be done at 11 p.m. It's going to be dark by the end of this. Drivers need to look out for those changing conditions.
Yeah,
as the race
definitely.
goes on.
We are waiting for the green flag, which should appear any second.
Follow the leaders here into the first turn. They are approaching the start-finish line. I believe the green flag's going to drop as soon as they hit that start-finish line. We've got 26 GT3 entries and another 6 GT4 entries. There's the green flag. It's dropped. And the 4 hours of Imola is underway. Kovacs gets a big start, and they are 3 wide behind.
Deep. Ooh,
oh, a little bit of struggle into the first turn. 3 wide behind. Oh, a little bit of side door bang coming out of the chicane, but it looks like everyone makes it through safely. I don't see any cars stopped or slow. Looking pretty good so far. Kovacs out to a pretty strong lead to start. And up front, they're already filing down to single file.
And also the 997 Mercedes of GT4 managed to keep his lead, which is a good thing.
Good for him, yes. GT4 already starting to string out just a little bit with that big lead the 997's having, but it's only 1 minute into a 4-hour event. Anything could change. Let's see, I saw a car wide there. Dockwin Riley, oh, and trying to re-enter the track there, and it looks like that didn't go very well. Several cars stopped. Everyone's scrambling, trying to get back going. There's 4 or 5 cars there stopped. Everyone's going now again. Looks like it was at the 21 Ferrari of in Felix Racing Red really got the short end of that one turned around. Then with Hall's Wizards, that's some pretty serious damage. That Ferrari is not happy. And they can't even take the chicane. Looks like they're just trying to limp that thing back to the pits to get repaired. That, oh yeah, that's some pretty serious damage.
I think some car just pushed way too much on the first lap, which it was not the smartest thing.
Yep. Well, lots of time to make those positions back. We'll see if they can make it back. We'll keep an eye on them throughout the race. Got a good battle going on behind for 13th place. Looks like Bach goes a little bit sideways to that chicane, but coming into the left-handed hairpin, I thought the move was on there for a moment, but they decided to take a moment to catch their breath and just survive for this race for now. Well, looks like a tight battle for 8th place here. Got Andrews and Lute and Nunendorf all close for the 7th, 8th, and 9th positions. Kovacs up front has extended his lead to 2 seconds, putting on a pretty dominant display so far. I know with this most recent ACC update, one of the big changes is tire wear and how the tires are more likely to die throughout the stint. I wonder if maybe Kovacs has a strong car in the first half of the stint. Maybe those tires get leaned on a little more heavily. Oh! Andrews really has to stick the rear end out as Nunendorf gets a little sideways coming out. He's going to take the position for 7th. And as the move on for 8th for Lute, he's going to look around the outside. It's too wide. They touch coming in there. Nunendorf a little bit unsettled by that. He's going to brake early and let the position go. And now Lute all over the back of Andrews. But then Nunendorf's looking again on the inside. Nunendorf's going to make a move back for the position. He's going to take it. That was a strong move.
He had the run actually out of turn 2, so braking earlier probably was the smartest thing to do for him.
He certainly got that slow in, fast out there and was able to make the move back into that chicane. That's not normally a spot you see a lot of overtakes happen just because there's so much speed going into that chicane. But I mean, such a strong, confident move. That car's looking comfortable. I wouldn't be surprised if they continue to move on up in this race.
And also, while we were watching that battle, Deep Cuts has lost a position actually to the 232 Porsche.
Looks like it. Team Vapor, the Deep Cuts driven number 69, did indeed lose that position. The M&J Downforce teams, 2 teams of M&J Downforce, we've been giving them lots of screen time, but their cars have looked pretty solid so far. We'll see how they go moving forward here. But so far looking really excellent. See some movement lower down in the field here. Looks like Keinel and Drays are battling it out. Keinel just makes a... Oh my goodness, look at that move. Such a strong overtake there. That was an excellent move. That downhill into Ravaza is fast. You gotta lean hard onto the brakes. And you gotta have a good, stable car. And that car looked aggressive going in there. That was good.
And also the 957 got a stop and go 30.
957 with a stop and go 30? Was that for the incident that we caught on camera earlier?
I'm assuming so, not 100% sure. I can actually check.
957 was the one that had the pretty significant damage. They've already stopped their car once to get that damage repaired, and now they've got to stop again for that stop-go 30. And Medina in the 888 also with a 5-second penalty. Is that from the qualifying? No, that was a different car.
Yeah, that is from the qualifying. They blocked James Andrews. Actually.
Gotcha. We just see a move on the in the GT4 field. Rossi just makes a strong move into the Tosa hairpin, taking the position. But Blues in the 180 AMG trying to make the move back, fakes a move on the inside. I think Rossi's going to be able to hang on to that. Follow them through Aquamena Rally here. That was very strong. They're off the track there for a moment. They're pushing wide. It looks like Blues had the advantage there, but Rossi was able to put the car right in the line that they were looking for. As we've got a white flag up ahead, I think Guido Riphagen was off the track for a moment. He lost a few positions, but he's back up and running now. Oh, Blues off the track there into the grass for a moment under braking. That really upset the car. I think that's going to allow Rossi to extend his lead out above him quite a bit here. We're going to be seeing those two separate down this long straight. Let's turn our attention elsewhere. Still a pretty close battle here. 4th, 5th, and 6th all within a second here. Deep Cut's trying to get his way back up after losing a position there. Ooh, you can see a wiggle out of that McLaren over the bumps of the chicane. And now Heaven's looking to make an advantage of that. Deep Cuts defends on the inside. Heaven goes outside, looking for the cutback here. It's not going to work out for him. We'll see how the slipstream comes into effect down the straight here. Evan not super close on Deep Cut's rear. I know these Porsches aren't the best with straight line speed. Not sure if they're going to be able to make anything out of it. Not much of time being made up there. They're going to follow Deep Cuts into the turn. These three still very close for 4th, 5th, and 6th. Been lots of great racing all throughout the field, but while the racing's been happening, Kovacs has continued to extend his lead out. We're only 5.5 laps into this event, and Kovacs has nearly 4 seconds on second place Porsche 232. I think they've got the car to beat so far, but like we mentioned just at the start of the race, this event's going to start in the daytime, in the evening at 7 o'clock, and then it'll be done at 11 o'clock. The track's going to change. It's going to get cooler. We'll see who has the best setup for the entirety of the event. Like a close battle for 18th as well is occurring here. We've got Patrick Starr and the oh, hang on here. Yeah, Patrick Starr and Medina. Patrick Starr with Bikini Bottom Racing Team, of course. Oh, and look at that. He's making a move. Nope, not quite. He was feigning a move into Ravaza. Those two McLarens looking nearly identical in terms of body shape, but the differences in setup might make a difference here. We're going to see a lot of moves into this turn number 1. The Tamburello chicane. Whoa! Patrick Starr goes off the track. That was very
close.
Yes. Looks like he was thinking of a move to the outside, but Medina covers off at the same time. That's going to make a gap of form here. It's like about a half second now between Starr and Medina.
And also, there is a good fight for that P4 with 4 drivers, actually.
Before heating back up, we'll bounce back with them here. Yep, definitely lots of cars close. Whoa! Are really pushing it, trying to get by one another.
Deep seems to be struggling, maybe from the start of the race. Hopefully he bounces back.
Yeah, that McLaren was looking
later.
A little uncomfortable earlier in the race. Looks like a bit of a trains forming here behind the number 69 McLaren. Those two Porsches are very close, coming into the final double left-hander at Ravaza. Maybe Heaven's got something.
And also I can
here.
see.
Go ahead.
I can see that the 232 Porsche has also jumped the 82 BMW for P2.
Oh yes, you're right. I wonder if the 82 of BMW had an issue or something here. They've dropped back several seconds. They must have had an off for a moment. Got 2 wide for 4th place, coming into the Villeneuve chicane, and well, Muirner makes it by. Deep Cut's now 2 wide with Heaven behind. There's blood in the water, and the Porsches are tasting. Whoa!
Deep has to defend like a lion.
Yeah, Deep's got to defend like a lion. Andrew's trying to keep up with the group ahead. Puts Deep Cuts down another position into 5th. The Team Vapor car was one of your favorites, Crime, going into the start of the race. Any concerns with how their car is handling now?
Well, in practice they looked very quickly, so I still believe that they could be fast later on the race. But yeah, definitely they're struggling right now. I'm not sure what it is. Maybe they have hotter tires, or not so sure what it is.
Oh, GT4's playing a part here.
Struggling.
Deep Cut's now 2 wide with, oh no, with Muirner, and they're coming up on another one. Oh, and there goes Heaven. He's off the track. Whoa, and he goes completely around in the gravel. Oh, what a tough break for RXE Motorsports. We're really trying to get that move done. There was just so much traffic going on with the GT4s, and I think that was a slow GT3. Just a lot going on, a lot to keep in mind going into the turn, and I think that really just messed things up for all drivers. That's split up that 4th, 5th, and 6th group now, a second and a half between those two. 7th and 8th place are now close with a half second between them.
Deep can breathe for a few laps now.
So hopefully they can catch back up here, gather themselves. As 4, 5, 6 serving their stop-go 32nd. It's like a pretty serious incident levied out against them, the stewards. But Andrews making a move around the GT4 BMW, trying to hold off those two Porsches behind. Porsche's really coming out strong at the beginning of this race. Lots of movement for them in an upward trajectory. Come down to 11th place as Meyer and Ivo Dante. Whoa! Oh, Ivo Dante catches a GT4 McLaren. Oh! And the McLaren scoots back around the track. Luckily, everyone else avoids it, but Ivo Dante hard into the wall on the straight. Loses a position, maybe two. That's going to be some pretty bad damage on the front of that car. That was a pretty serious hit. Car still looking rather comfortable. No, I say that, it looks comfortable. It's off. He's off into the gravel. That car is definitely hurting for some front-end downforce, I think, now that they've slapped the wall there with the GT4. They're going to have to try to figure out what to do with that car. It's been 17 minutes or so since the start. Do you come in now for repairs, or do you hang on to that damage for the rest of your stint and try to make the best of it? That Porsche not looking happy. The 422 Ferrari of Waite trying to follow through, gets caught up on a GT4. I think Waite's going to try to get around that Porsche as soon as possible to avoid being held up. I don't envy their position. Crime, if you're in something like this where you've been in an incident early, there's a lot of stint left, do you change your strategy? Do you come in and get that damage fixed, or do you lose a second, maybe two per lap trying to keep that car out and stay on your strategy? Sounds like Crime may not be available at the moment. We'll bounce over to check in. The leader of the GT4 class is that 997. Doing so well, in fact, that they just got past 4th position by a GT3 car. That 456 Porsche. Really solidly. The Red Kiwi Racing of Hartman. 2nd place, being overtaken by Deep Cuts there. And hey, look at this. The RXE Motorsport GT4 entry. They're up in 3rd place. Keep it up, boys. Well, I mentioned earlier that with the change in setups and how cars handle, and especially how the tire wear is considered, with this newest update, that we might see a change as the race goes on. Kovacs, who at one point had a pretty solid lead, has been seeing that lead be eaten away lap by lap. Last lap, in fact, the second place car, the 232 Porsche of M&J Downforce, put in a lap nearly 3/10 faster than the leader of Kovacs. So we might be seeing a change of position here shortly up at the front. We'll keep our eyes close on that one. Till then, got a battle for 18th place. The Helios Community Racing Porsche number 27 entry under attack from the number 21 Ferrari. Ferrari tried to get their nose in there, it looks like. Couldn't quite get it in there, so they really had to brake hard and in, and they just couldn't quite hold it where it needed to be, so they're going to fall back now about 2 seconds behind that HCR Porsche. There's so much temptation to push the car for an overtake into Tamburello, that first chicane, especially when you've got a car that's faster in the straight line. How the Ferrari is faster than the Porsche in the straight line. You've got that slipstream, you've got that speed advantage. That's going to be one of your strongest places to overtake. But if the move's not on, you're carrying so much speed into that turn that it can really upset the car, get things a little pear-shaped, and it really costs them some time there. Probably going to be catching up here soon again, but the move's not on into turn number 1. They're going to have to reconsider their strategy, perhaps. Maybe hang behind them for a moment, and then maybe try again on a different lap. Sun is setting beautifully here in Italy. It's a wonderful day for racing here at Imola. We've got another 3.5 hours to go. What a wonderful day to spend a Saturday. Really? It would only be better if it were in person, but I don't think we've got the budget to put all these cars around the track. Looks like the 21 Ferrari has caught back up to the 27 HCR car. Stay with this battle here, see if they can get around. Flex Racing Red is probably going to be putting the pressure on as much as possible here. Is there a move on? No, they weren't quite ahead there. But you're going to see a lot of feigns, a lot of moves left and right. Something to try to get that Helios Community Racing team to make a mistake. Sort of... Oh no, there's some contact there. A Ferrari making another aggressive move, and he's going to spin around. Recovers quickly, very well done there, but that's going to cost them quite a bit of time. The Helios Community Racing car might have a little bit of damage on that left side, or sorry, on that right side from the collision. I didn't see anything immediately, so hopefully won't see anything too major there as they're getting ready to approach the Camaro GT4. But side damage, I think, is the least detrimental to the car's aerodynamics. I don't think we'll be seeing any changes to their strategy or anything like that. Perhaps a repair in the pits. Nothing more. We'll move back up to 5th place as looks like Deep Cuts is on the back of 4th place for Team Iris. And just behind them, we've got Nunendorf in the number 5 just behind Andrews. 6th and 7th, so we've got 2 battles going on here. I'll try to keep my eyes on both. These Porsches have looked strong early in the run, but perhaps they're going the way of the Bentley and seeing their time start to climb while the other cars seem to improve. Of course, that may not even be a car-specific thing. That might just be a setup-specific thing. as the second place Porsche is the one putting in fast times. In fact, our second place car, 232 by Galzik, puts in the fastest lap of the race, a 141.8, a near half second faster than the current leader Kovacs put in the last lap, a 142.3. That's still about 2/10 faster than anyone else in the race, though. Looks like it's a 2-horse battle up front for now. Kovacs in the 562 Bentley and Galzik in the 232 Porsche. Looks like third place has also been backing up quite a bit here. That third place BMW now entering the picture. It's now a 3-car battle for third. Might see some action here. That BMW pretty quick early on. Maybe got a bit of damage from a overtake on a GT4. Maybe their setup's very aggressive on the tires. But they're starting to fall back into the clutches as we see deep cuts all over the back of Junior here. Is he going to take a peek? Just enough to make him nervous, but not an actual overtake attempt there. But down the long straight, we might see something happen. Cuts not
Have
far
I missed
off.
something?
Oh, you've been away for a while, my friend. Yes.
Sorry, I had to take a quick break, actually.
Okay. Well, one of the biggest things that's happening at this current time is our second place Porsche just put in the fastest lap of the race and is catching up the first place Bentley quite quickly. And currently, deep cuts is all over the back of Muner, trying to find a way through. Looks like we just had a change of position for 6th place as Andrews takes 6th place, finally gets by Nunendorf. That battle was raging as well at the same time. We had a couple of picture-in-picture broadcasts. Not quite a strong enough broadcaster for that. Go back to the battle for 4th place here. Deep cut still all over the back of Muner here. That GT4 McLaren gets well out of the way. Perhaps a little too out of the way. That looked like a pretty big bump back onto the track. Deep cut's going hard on the cutback here. I think he was trying to maximize his speed down into Vaza, but don't think it quite worked out for him this time. He'll give it another shot here.
I can see the Mercedes GT4 has extended their lead by around 6 seconds to the next GT4, which is the 154.
Yes, 997's had a great session so far, and in 3rd place is that Camaro, that All-American entry. They've been having a good one so far, as we see deep cuts goes a little wide there coming out of the chicane. Right at the end of Tamborelli goes off. That's going to build up quite a gap there. Well, that gap building, we'll go back to the battle for 6th, 7th, and 8th as Andrews, Nunendorf, and Lute are still close to one another. Ooh, that Porsche got a little bit slidey there coming out of that turn. Looking okay. Crime, we're seeing a lot of changes in pace across the field as the tires start to wear in. We're seeing some cars gain speed compared to the race pace. Some cars losing their pace. It's sort of all over the place. So we're having our comers and our goers. And I think Deep Cuts, even though he did go off there just a moment ago, is one of our comers who was a little slow at the beginning, but the back half of the stint looks a lot stronger.
I was just about to mention that as well, because earlier the Porsche, the number 2 car, definitely had way more pace than the McLaren, but now when the tire wear it's technically more, it seems that the McLaren is way better. So
Got a close battle going on for position. That's a GT3 overtaking a GT4. That's 154. The Red Kiwi Racing, that's Maximilian Hartmann. They are holding on steady to that second place. Only about 7 seconds behind, like you said earlier, the lead. I think could happen here going forward, but they are looking pretty solid here. They've got a very sizable gap over third place. That Camaro in third place is 21 seconds behind already. So looks like it's a 2-horse race as well up at the front GT4.
not so sure what happened to the other GT4s. Did they get into an incident with GT3 cars, or?
There was an incident where our GT4 McLaren hooked fenders with one of our GT3 cars down the front straight, and they both ended up in the wall earlier. Pretty significant damage to both cars in that one.
Because also from the Camaro and the BMW for in P4, it seems to be also a big gap of around 26 seconds. So
Yep, those GT4s have a tough job of trying to continue their race and be overtaken by the GT3s. Sometimes it can be sort of a team effort by both cars to try to get through as quickly as possible. We got a yellow flag here. Looks like Patrick Starr's around. Let's see, where is that at? That's at Ravaza, I believe. That's at Ravaza. We got 2 other cars here that they got the yellow flag. I think Heaven and Loot came together and may have gone off the track here. So we see Hemo try to take advantage of that, going too wide through the chicane at Villeneuve, and that didn't quite work out for them, but there's a lot happening here. We got a GT4 in the mix as well. It's to have calmed down a bit for the turn here, but they've got to get by this GT4 before the turn. Hemo brakes early, goes to the inside. You can see the GT4 goes pretty wide off the track just to stay out of the way. I think if you're the lead GT4 and you see a couple of GT3s battling and all over the place like that, going off the road's probably a smart decision. Oh, things are getting real tight here. Was that Hemo making an overtake while Luke slowed for the GT4? That was very aggressive, but it worked out. That was amazing. How about that?
It did seem like that he maybe tried to overtake the BMW before the chicane, but couldn't quite do that. But yeah, for the Mercedes, not sure it was the leading one, but it's very smart way of just giving more room to the GT3 cars so they don't kill you.
Yes. Hemo and Luke still close. Luke's got the slipstream going into 1, but not much for him. Looked like he got a little uneasy under braking there, lost a bit of time. Probably had that slipstream and thought that extra speed, had to brake a little early. Maybe the track's a little bumpy right there. Didn't quite have the comfort he was expecting. Been keeping a close eye on the gap between first and second so far. Kovacs and Galzik have been inching ever closer together, but the last couple of laps things have sort of evened out. Kovacs, in fact, ran a faster last lap than that Porsche. So if things are what they seem, that Bentley's strong for the first 15 minutes or so, and then it really starts to flag for the next 15. Then For the 15 after, it looks like both the Porsche and the Bentley are about the same pace as they cross the line again, and they are within 0.2 of a second. Kovac running a 142.2 and Galzik running a 142.4. They're within sight, so they're not out of mind for Kovacs, who's running a good solid race so far. No major mistakes in that Bentley. You see him going wide onto that rumble strip before entering the chicane, getting everything he can out of that car.
I think within a few laps the Porsche will catch up to the Bentley and we can have a nice fight for P1.
At first it really looked that way. I think at one point the Porsche was running a half-second a lap faster than the Bentley, and they were really reeling him in, and then I don't know if maybe that Porsche was pushing too hard and now their tires are a little cooked, or if it's just the way that the tires break in during this stint, but now they're about the same speed. I think it's going to be down to the traffic and how well they handle those GT4s. As you see, the Bentley makes it past that Porsche GT4 down the straight, and perhaps that the Galzik will have to slow a little bit through the chicane to get through. As Crime, we've got big news here. Deep Cuts has been assessed a drive-through penalty. That is our 5th place car with the drive-through. Is that something that the stewards have applied to the car, or is that something that has got to do with track limits?
I think it is track limits, because I don't see any tickets regarding the 69 McLaren, so that is a not good thing for the 69 McLaren. They're gonna lose out on a lot of position, and I think he's currently pitting.
Yep, looks like he's into the pits there. I've just checked the live stewarding channel on the Racing Pals Discord. The stewards have not applied this penalty, so this is indeed a track cuts drive-through. Only that's what, 40 or so minutes into this race. That's some aggressive driving by Deep Cuts. Hopefully he can rein it in so the team doesn't fall any lower than their current position. They're falling down, down, down. I know our position statistics on the left are showing 8th place, but my live feed showing that they've fallen all the way to 14th now, with a Ferrari coming up. No, they're not going to catch before Deep Cuts moves into the first turn here, but the number 69 Team Vapor car falls from 5th to 14th due to those track cut penalties. They're definitely going to make their way back up as time goes on, but that's got to be a huge blow to the team. Hopefully Deep Cuts isn't too upset behind the wheel there, just to avoid future mistakes.
To be fair, I'm very surprised they got drive-through for track limits so early in the race. So I'm a little bit disappointed from them. I expected more.
I know sometimes the best way to make up lap time, especially up at the final chicane at Variante Alta, is to cut as much as you can out of that chicane. I wonder if that's where he was getting those track cuts. Best of luck to Deep Cuts getting back up through the order here. But battle for 3rd is on, as we've got the BMW of Jorgensen under pressure from Muner in the number 2 Porsche. The BMW looking a little nervous over the bumps there. The first, through the first chicane for Tamburello through Villeneuve.
And the GT4 in front of them is kind of slowing them down.
Oh yeah, unfortunate timing for the GT4 for Galzik. Now that Porsche is going to be all over the back when Porsche is trying to get good drive off of that turn, going up the hill now to Piratella. Enough of a gap that I don't think that Porsche's got the move going for him. But they're certainly close. As well, our 2nd place Porsche is now within 1 second of Kovacs. We'll keep a close eye on that too.
Now the 232 Porsche being under a second from the Bentley, I think Mr. Kovacs will have more pressure actually, so let's see if he's gonna do any mistakes which are gonna cost him a lot actually. And also the 58 Porsche just got 10-second penalty for causing a collision apparently.
That's Ivo Dante. I think we caught that collision earlier. Oh, look at how fast that Porsche is going on the entry to the Villeneuve chicane. Oh, and we got a car turned around there in the Tosa hairpin. Looks like they were safely off the track there. That's the 117 of Heinl in 20th place. Pretty big gap between him and the next car. I don't think he even lost a position for that there.
I think he wanted just to see a potential overtake for the lead GT3 car, so...
Well, he certainly got a front row seat there, didn't he? Alright, we're coming up on another GT4. That's the... who's that there? The number 30, the 31st place. That is close in the GT4 McLaren. Kovacs going to get by him pretty quickly there. Looks like Galswick was a little slow through that Variante Alta chicane. Is he going to be able to get by that GT4? He's going to throw it up the inside there going into Ravaza. I think he had to do that to make sure he kept the pressure on Kovacs. He lost about a half a second going through that chicane there. He wants to stay within that slipstream range. Once he's in the slipstream, any high-speed advantage that Kovacs is going to have is going to be mitigated.
Yeah, he got a little bit unlucky with that traffic, but the same could happen to Kovacs, so...
Yep, there's a lot of give, a lot of take, a lot of ups and downs with the traffic as we see another GT4 entering the mix here. That's the 180 AMG of Blues. See how well Kovacs deals with this traffic. Looks like Blues gives way at the hairpin. Is able to tuck back in line before Galswick needs to pull back out, but no drama there. Both cars by easily without delay. But looks like another one's due up. Is that the 146 of Rossi? It is. Looks like Kovacs held up greatly here. Oh, and they bumped into the GT4. Very slow through Aqua Minerale. There goes Galswick with a big dive up into the chicane, but that really compromises his line into the chicane. So even though they were so close they bumped into one another there, they're now about a second and a half separating them as just the drama going through as the traffic shows up and causes issues for both of our leaders.
The traffic definitely plays a part in endurance races, so it's part of the game.
Looks like we got a yellow flag. I think Medina was off there. Dropped a position or two, down to 19th. Oh, and he comes together with a Porsche there. That's Medina and Winning, the number 80 Porsche. Medina a bit slow to get going. Winning still going. And it looks like the Lamborghini of Hilius is going to take advantage and get by both of them. Winning down to 22nd now. Gap between our leaders is now nearly 2 seconds. We'll check in. Looks like we've got a battle for 10th here. It's Tobias Brock and Chromax in the 501 McLaren. Now close and battling. Really admire these colors on box car. The art on the front's definitely unique, but the black and the red accent just match up perfectly. I think this is one of the best looking cars on the field here. As you can see, oh man, Chromax is all over the back of Bach here, going through the hairpin Tosa. Up the hill now, going to Piratella. That Porsche seems to have excellent drive off the corners, but the McLaren seems to be pretty strong into the corners and through the apex. Going through Aqua Minerale, you can see just how much space that McLaren picks back up, but then the Porsche is able to pull away on the traction zones. Variante Alta, no time given or gained. But they've got several GT4s up ahead. Might see some drama. Whoa, okay, both cars dipping their tires into the gravel there. It looked to be almost the same line. I don't think that's going to slow either of them down more than the other. Bach trying to get the slipstream off of that GT4, but Chromax gains it as well. Chromax looking to the outside. They're side by side. Chromax brakes earlier, goes for the cutback. He's got the outside, he's ahead, and he pulls off the move. What a great cutback.
That was a nice overtake.
Oh, that was beautiful. What an excellent move by Chromax. Bach looking to the inside, trying to take it back. Tries his own cutback, not quite strong enough. Team Racing Quest, Umar Chromax with the excellent cutback. He's going to be in the top 10 now with that move. And if he can race that car around like that, I wouldn't be surprised to see him move up and up and up on the standings. What a great move.
And also navigating through the GT4 leader as well, so I think
Yes.
that was
excellent
very
driving.
nice overtake.
Oh, yes. Got a close battle for 17th here. I believe we've seen this battle once earlier in the race, and it ended in tears for the Ferrari, but the Ferrari's caught back up. It's Fuyusuki and Megan's 27 of Helios Community Racing trying to hold off that Ferrari. Last time we saw these two together, the Ferrari really shot it into one of those chicanes and ended up spinning around, but they are again. Oh my goodness, is that Ferrari really stuck it out sideways through Aqua Minerale. That's going to cost them some time. While they're separated here, we can see Deep Cuts is forging his way back up to the front. He's in 14th and he's got 13th in his sights. Oliver Mayer trying to hold off Deep Cuts down the long straight coming to the Tamburello chicane. Deep Cuts is pretty close. I think the move might be on here. It is. Deep Cuts looks inside. They're about side by side going in. Oh, Deep Cuts a bit bouncy over those sausage curbs, but looks like he was still able to make the move work. Meyer...
He braked a little bit late.
Yeah, they both... I think Meyer broke early, but Deep broke late. And they ended up nearly coming together in the middle of that chicane, but Deep Cut's able to make it by Meyer as he continues to move his way up after that unfortunate drive-through penalty for track limits. So Deep Cuts makes it easily through the GT4 leader 997 Dreys. Looks like he's going to leave room for the Porsche. It's getting a little tight there through Aqua Minerale, but he's made it through. Dreys has had a pretty solid run so far. He's got that lead up to 8 seconds above Hartman, the 154 second place GT4 car. That car's looking nice and clean, no damage. Nice green wheels. They're doing everything right so far.
We don't wanna commentator jinx them, but technically there is still 3 hours left of the race, so anything could happen.
Anything could happen, both positive and negative. That's definitely for sure. We saw Hartman getting overtaken by a Ferrari there at the Variante Alta chicane. A flash of the lights, I think maybe that Ferrari may have put a dive bomb on in there that Hartman wasn't too pleased with. So we see the Bikini Bottom Racing McLaren making their way past as well. It's like every time that Ferrari of Megan's has a moment, they end up right back with that Helios Community Racing Porsche. This battle for 17th feels like it's been going on for quite a while. We'll also check in that we got a battle for 10th. Pro-Max and Box still at it. Ooh, like Box went in a little too hard into Aqua Minerale, lost a bit of time, got a bit sideways. And looks like our leaders are starting to get back within close distance of each other. Looks like only about a half second now between Kovacs and Galwick. Last time by, looks like Kovacs ran the faster lap, but still less than 0.2 of a second separate these two. That Bentley looks very handsome in that yellow gold color with the back rear. You can see the yellow LED lights surrounding the front grille. It's a handsome looking car.
It does look nice. But I think the tires on the Bentley are just starting to giving up because apparently he made a mistake last lap. So this is how the Porsche of 232 actually closed the gap to be within 0.6.
Saw that lap down GT3 Porsche making way. A little too much consideration there, bouncing through the grass. Two cars being so close together, it's been surprisingly quiet between these two. I think they're just two extremely strong racers, and they're being good and consistent. I think one thing to note, though, both Kovacs and Galwazik are single racer teams for this event. So they've got 3 hours more to go in their cars, no breaks for them. We're going to see a lot of mental load on them, a lot of physical load on them. We'll see if they're this consistent here in about 2.5 hours.
I just saw the 187 Porsche got 10-second time penalty for causing a collision, so not so sure who he managed to kill.
Well, I didn't catch it here on the stream. Let's see what came up here. The stewards. This thing looks like they got in contact with the number 200. That's of Heaven, who's currently ahead. Must have had it coming together. As
There is a big accident.
Spin. Bach and Chromex may have come together here. Bach, it looks like it might have been a little laggy there, but oh my gosh, Bach all over the track now. There may have been some serious damage on the car. He may have spun right between the Tamburello and Villeneuve chicanes, and if he head-on into that wall, he might be in some pretty serious damage control here. Looks like the front end might be a little bit pulled up here, but no scratches on the windshield, which are a indicator of major damage.
He definitely hit the wall very hard, and I think he got pit maneuver by the 501 McLaren, so we shall see what the stewards think about that one.
Yeah, I'm definitely interested. I don't think we caught it. Maybe we can go for a replay here, see what was going on earlier. Oh, yeah, it looks like there was a coming together between those two. Pretty serious. And, well, it looks like Bach was able to get going quickly, but he immediately went off the track, so that made me think that maybe there was some front-end damage that's really going to affect their speed going forward. It looks like we're going to have to watch this replay out for its full time, another 30 seconds here. While we're watching the replay, looks like Bach and Deep Cuts have moved up a position as Chromix in that 501 McLaren is into the pits. He must have had some pretty serious damage as well. As we look, still in the replay here, 10 seconds left in the replay, we could see some pretty serious damage on the front and rear of that. Nothing on the interior of the car, though. Okay, out of the replay now.
I'm surprised they didn't went into the pits, actually.
Oh, they have. That McLaren's in the pits now. That was the replay we were looking at there.
No, but the 90 Porsche of Bach, I'm surprised they didn't went into the pits. But definitely Deep will be trying to get past him very quickly.
Looks like Kovacs and Galvazek are back at it again here. 2 to 5 tenths between them. GT4 leader being caught here on the straight between the two chicanes of Tamburello and Villeneuve. And he's going to get between them. So that's going to push back Galswick maybe a whole second here. The GT4 is really making way for the GT3 leader, but really hopping in there between first and second, really causing some frustration there for our second place Porsche.
He has been very unlucky with traffic, actually.
I think with the way that he's been driving and the way that they've been moving through traffic, as unfortunate as they've been, the fact that they've been able to move back up and catch Kovacs throughout the race, I think that means that Kovacs may not be the strongest car right now. I think Galswick and his Porsche are the car to beat, but Kovacs the one getting lucky and driving well and defensive as a GT4 McLaren and a slow GT3 Lamborghini are now coming for Kovacs. Kovacs boxed in between the two. Galswick touches with the GT4. Oh! Galswick got into the back of the GT3 Lamborghini there. The Lamborghini ends up around. He's still stuck.
Kovacs might get a penalty for that one.
Yeah, no, I don't think Kovacs is going to get a penalty. I think Galswick might be getting a penalty. Kovacs was able to bounce in between the two of them in the braking zone. Definitely not the safest way to make it around there, but he avoided contact and was able to make it by both of them. Now Galswick bumping that GT3 Lamborghini, putting them around. Must have been a pretty bad spin for the Lamborghini. The left-hand signal now stuck on for that car. May not even realize it, trying to get that car started, pushing all the buttons, trying to get going again. Now we can see about 2.5 seconds between Galswick and Kovacs, and Galswick's now going to have that front-end damage. May have some trouble catching back up, but Kovacs, I think I just saw him have a lot of trouble getting by that GT4 BMW there. He went too wide through the top of Piratella, but the gap stays consistent. Try to keep track of the pit stops and see what happens here when Galvazek goes in for the pits, as got a close battle for 5th place here. Andrews under some supreme pressure from Nunendorf. Nunendorf looks familiar, doesn't it? Another M&J Downforce team. They've got a couple of Porsche entries into this event. And both of them looking strong, but Andrews able to hold off Nunendorf's advance so far. It's been close. Not far from them, just behind, in fact. This is a pass for position here. That Porsche going by that Lamborghini. That's Nippering taking 22nd over Helios. And I believe that Porsche behind them is not for position. That's the number 200, is it? That's the 7th place Heaven, lapping both cars here. But looks like that Lamborghini struggling a bit after being turned by 2nd place. Perhaps those tires not too happy about goings on between them. Yeah, between Andrews and Nunendorf has opened. But guess who's back again? It's Megan's and Fuyusuki again battling. Prime, you almost have to wonder if that Ferrari's been able to catch them time after time. And there's been so many concerning incidents between the two of them. Do you let the Ferrari go?
They definitely have a very close battle between them, but I still think the Porsches. Oh yeah, and the Ferrari comes into the pits.
Yeah, the Ferrari comes in. We are 1 hour into the race. So it is, the pit window's open. I believe it's a 70, it's either 70 or 75 minute maximum stint length. I think the Ferrari's making the right call here. Try for an undercut on this Porsche. Maybe they can get by with some pit strategy.
It really depends where they end up if they're gonna have GT4 traffic, actually.
Yeah, that's a good point. Trying to figure out what's best pit strategy, especially with that slow traffic that may hold you up even worse.
But also the number 2 Porsche pits from P4.
Yep,
so...
they're into the pits. Actually pit right with the Ferrari that we were following there. Yep, the pit road is open. Pit window is open. Everyone's in. Blue's also in the GT4 AMG 180. Keep a close eye on Oren here. He's the one that was behind the HCR Porsche. We'll see where they end up once the pit cycle goes through, as Hemo also in, Hemo 84, in for his stop. Oliver Meyer in for his as well. We've seen him a few times on today's stream. The pit stops are cycling through. The closest battle on the track right now appears to be for 8th place, Ivo Dante. About 0.8 of a second ahead of Deep Cuts here. These are certainly transpiring.
I think Deep is gonna try to undercut some drivers, actually.
I think Deep Cuts would certainly benefit from an undercut here, as our second place car, Galswick, is into the pits. We're wondering if maybe the stewards were going to penalize him for coming together with the then lapped car of the Lamborghini. Nothing applied just yet, as we have several more cars coming in. The 74 of Andrews and the number 5 of Nunendorf come in together. This battle is for position. And the Nunendorf Porsche in carefully into his position. Andrews looking good as well. That Wynn's car looking nice and tidy outside of the bits of rubber sticking to the car. I believe that was also a Hilius car that just left the pits here. Yep, we're going to follow them out of the pits. We wanted to see where they were coming out in comparison to Megan's, that Ferrari. As they have done a driver change, Hiro Kurkami now in the car. And
actually, the 21 Ferrari is pitting in because apparently they sped into the pits and go stop and go 30.
oh, wouldn't you know it? Oh, wow, they were really trying for that undercut to get ahead of the Hilius Porsche, and now they've got to stop and go for 30 seconds. That's going to be an absolute killer to their position.
And also, Kovacs didn't go into the pit, so let's see if his strategy is gonna pay off, or the 232 will actually undercut him.
.232 is certainly having a strong outing so far. Even with a pit stop, they are only down to 5th place. It's like cars have done about 36 to 37 laps so far on the lead lap. That's about the limit for time. We are an hour and 5 minutes in, so if there's anyone that hasn't come in yet, we'll probably see them in within the next 5 minutes. So that's about the limit we can get per the rules of the event. Here comes Trevor Waite for the GBRC coming out of the pits. The Ferrari looking nice and clean. If they had any damage to repair or not, they've been hanging around the middle of the pack so far, but if they've been nice and clean, it's the ultimate sign of a good endurance race. See, Kovacs declines to pit this lap. So he'll continue to stay out.
He's trying for the overcut, but not so sure it's gonna pay off.
It's definitely going to be a battle of strategies at this point. I've yet to see a fast lap put in by Galswick. Their out lap was a 2-minute 44, so we can disregard that. But we'll see how much time that Kovacs is giving up to that Porsche with the fresh tires. But even then, I mean, the Bentley's not going too slow. They just put in a 143 flat. And, I mean, that's been maybe half a second off of fresh race pace, fresh tire race pace. So it's not like they're giving up a huge amount. We see Muner, who pitted earlier with a 142.4. So if he's got a strong enough lead and he feels like he's not giving up a whole lot of time to Galswick, then this might be the right call. It could also just be a long-term thing where they want to do their last stop and maybe double stint tires where their final stint's only maybe half an hour. And if they just do half an hour, they can just do a quick gas and go and save 10 or 15 seconds in the pits. So doing the overcut like this in endurance racing really keeps your options open, but it can certainly cut down the time that you're going to have over your competitors, as we see the 82 BMW making their way out of the pits. They've been up near the top all race. They're coming out in 6th place. Galswick now up into 4th. All right, so they finally put in a fast lap, and we can compare. Galswick just put in a 142.3 on their last lap. Meanwhile, Kovacs put in a 142.7. So we're looking at about half a second per lap that Kovacs is giving up by doing the overcut. So if this continues and Kovacs continues to not pit, by the time he's out of the pits, I think we might see Galswick come out in the lead on this one.
Well, he's also stuck behind the P3 right now, who for the 44 McLaren, who hasn't pitted yet.
That's true.
So he's losing time, actually.
He is losing time behind this McLaren, but with the old tires they're on, I wonder if that McLaren might be an easier overtake for that Porsche. Going into Ravaza, they're not quite close enough to make the move. Will the Bikini Bottom racing car be coming into the pits this time? No, they will not. Stint timer right now is going to be at 69 minutes, as Medina's in the pits now for Bram Racing, as well as Hartman, our 2nd place GT4 contender, and the 3rd place GT4 contender now leaving the pits. Their Camaro might have to deal with that GT3 BMW. Nope, they get by safely. Those GT4s come out on ice-cold tires. They're going to need a lap or two to get warmed up, so those GT4s out of the pits can be bigger roadblocks than typical. Dina's still in the pits there. Kovacs again staying out. That stint timer. Let me check our rules real quick to see what the maximum amount of time you can do per stint is.
I think in the driver's briefing it was mentioned 75 minutes. Oh,
right.
and actually 232 Porsche and the 44 McLaren collided, and the 44 McLaren is in the wall.
Yes, it looks like Star there stuck on the edge of the track. Galswick must have come together with them. We'll see if the stewards have anything to say about that, as Star cutting the chicane must have some pretty serious damage. I see the hood of that car looking a bit raised. He's slow and in the middle of the track. I'm not sure if the HCR Porsche knows how to get by. Looks like they were able to get by comfortably.
It definitely looked like more of a racing incident, but at the end of the day it's up to the stewards to decide what is going to be result. But the Porsche needed to get past as soon as possible, so that's one way of doing it.
You can see that Bikini Bottom racing car has to turn the wheel left to keep that car going straight, so some pretty serious steering damage for them. You'd have to believe they're going to be repairing that as they come into the pits. We've also got the 200 of Bat Lunette leaving the pits here for RXE Motorsports. We haven't gotten them much screen time, but they're coming out of the pits here in 7th place, so they've been having a pretty good race so far. Nice and quiet. Sometimes that's the best way to have yourself an endurance race, because I believe I've seen them at the tail end of some of our close battles, and sometimes those close battles end up in tears. And, well, the best way to avoid tears is to have a nice quiet race. Looks like Star in that 44 McLaren is the only car currently in the pits for now. Kovacs still has not pit. Maximum stint length is indeed 75 minutes, and we are 3 minutes from that maximum, so we might see one more lap from Kovacs if they're trying to maximize it here. That pit stop not being made, Kovacs is actually currently a lap up on 5th and below, coming up on the 4th place BMW. See if Kovacs comes in this lap. And he is, yep, here he comes. He's into the pits.
I seriously don't think the Porsche actually got him, because he lost around a second from that incident with the McLaren, so let's see how close the Porsche will be to Kovacs actually.
Okay. Well, Kovacs comes in. We know that Porsche of Galswick has been undercutting. Currently it is 63 seconds or so until the Porsche catches back up. If there's no damage to this Bentley, they should be in and out of these pit stalls in about 30. And they'll have to trudge their way to the end of the pit lane.
And we have a new fastest lap from 69 McLaren of Thomas Chuck, 141.4. That's a very fast lap.
That is a very fast lap. That is the Team Vapor car that we saw Deep Cuts get into trouble earlier. Looks like they made a driver swap at the pit stop, and Tomaszak has come out swinging. Kovacs rolling out of the pits now. He's got 15 seconds or so on that Porsche. Rolling out. Lots of traffic coming by him, but he's able to get out. And wow, he's 13 seconds up right now on Galswick in 2nd place. Wonder if that incident with Bikini Bottom Racing ended up costing Galswick some time.
I'm actually surprised the gap is that big. I thought it would be way smaller than that.
I honestly was surprised that Galswick didn't flat out take the lead. He was running laps half a second faster, and they ran for 15 minutes like that. But I guess that incident with the Bikini Bottom Racing car really cost them. Got a strong battle here for 11th. It's a 3-car battle. got Khalid 77 leading the way in 11th over Chromix in the 501 McLaren. And then the second ESRT endurance car. So it's an ESRT endurance sandwich with Chromax in the middle. Interesting to see that after 75 minutes of racing, these two ESRT cars are right next to each other. Down the long straight. Chromax have anything for Tamburello chicane as the lights are on now for most of the cars. The sun nearly set. Chromax takes a peek inside, laid on the brakes. Side by side through the turn, and he's going to muscle his way past. That's the second strong move that we've seen out of Chromix in that first chicane, as we've got a yellow flag on Kino. Looks like he's back going. But just as Chromax makes that move, Kofax appears. He needs to get by these cars. So that's going to extend the lead for Chromax even further over those two Porsches. A well-timed move, a well-handled move. Really just puts that 501 McLaren in an excellent spot. Some more great racing by them.
And also they did overtake again at turn 1 and turn 2. They seem to love these two corners for overtaking.
I wonder if that team had the knowledge that that's a pretty good place for overtakes, and have set up their car to be as strong as possible in that turn, and even possibly giving up time in other turns so they can make those overtakes. Because these GT3 races, so many of these cars are so well balanced that it's difficult to make a move. If you've got one turn where you're just stronger than everyone else, it might be the best way to put the moves on everyone else.
Let's see how many laps it will take him to catch up to P10.
Well, it might be quite a few, as it's a 22-second gap between Gruber and Chromax for 10th. Keep an eye here on the 16th battle here. Bikini Bottom Racing. Looks like they may have repaired their steering damage, but that front bonnet's still looking a bit disheveled. And it looks like the steering wheel's nice and straight now. They've got that squared away. Now Kynel behind now Bob Sponge, as this team clearly seems to be memeing it up, but still having a good time out there. Well, they have the speed to keep Kynel off, kind of making much ground on the straight there. Still some good close racing.
Actually, Chromax may need to defend from the 58 Porsche.
Over to that one there. Chromax and the Porsche have come back together now. That Porsche's got a little bit of speed. Definitely coming in some pace down the straight here. Go into the first chicane, Tamburello. Move on there. Moving along quite well.
I'm surprised of that, the top speed actually that they got. Oh, and Chromax gets a little bit traffic.
Yeah, they're being held up by that GT4 McLaren. Having to go around the outside there. But the GT4 places themselves between the two cars. Might cost a little bit of time for the car behind.
And the 232 Porsche got 20-second penalty for causing a collision.
That's Galzik, our number 2 Porsche. We did see a couple of incidents with this car. Can you confirm the car that the incident they were penalized for was with?
Give me 1 second. It's actually with the 777, the 76, and the 562.
Ah, so that would be the incident we saw with the Lamborghini then. The 777
Yeah.
is currently being driven by Helios, the Helios Community Racing number 2 entry. As well, unfortunately, they're off the track here. Sorry, boys, didn't mean to move to you right then. Commentator's curse. But we also have Chromix in the pit lane here with a drive-through penalty. Just saw them make a strong move into turn 1 for position, and now they've got to give it right back. Chromix being penalized by the stewards for a drive-through for a collision with car number 90, which is this one here, the Wild Sow Justin Hoffman car. If we did catch that one earlier, I do apologize. I don't quite recall it. But Crime, we've got some big happenings down in the GT4 field, as the AMG is no longer our leader. We've got Ickler and the Red Kiwi Racing up front now.
Did they make a mistake or something like that? Or the 154 maybe they have not pitted, or?
I'm not certain how the move made how the move was made, but they're ahead now, and they seem to be pulling ahead. I wonder if there's any damage on this 997. Let's give them a quick look. Oh, there is some significant damage on the front of this car. I wonder if 997 was in any incidents here. Let me check through our incident listing, see if I can find anything for this 997.
Also, would you like to have a driver interview with James Andrews, actually?
I'd love to have a driver's interview. Is he available?
Yeah, he's in the waiting room. Let me drag him.
Okay.
Hello, James.
Ah, hello.
James, thanks for joining us here in the booth.
It's great to be here.
Yeah. How have things been going for you out there so far?
Things been going good. Got a slightly poor start on the inside line, which is a little bit worse because of all the marbles out there. But managed to get a place back on the start eventually. It's just been a bit interesting. Having a nice little fight with the number 5 Porsche.
There's been a lot of good action out on the track. We've seen a lot of comers and goers so far this race. Is your guys' car set up to make good use of these tires on the long run, or do you like to get a lot of pace out of them early and try to hang on to that lead?
I found our tires go through different phases. I was finding when driving it, there was like they start out very nicely and they end up very nicely, but then in the middle they go back and forth between being really nice and really horrid. But overall, I think they're generally good to drive on. There were some moments where you could probably see that the Porsche was catching us because we were just in a pretty poor phase of our tyre wear, and then there were other moments we were absolutely pulling away.
I've seen,
but the car's set up quite nicely. A bit understeery, but that's how it's meant to be.
That's good. A good, safe understeery setup is going to keep you from taking yourself out of the race, which is one of the big things you want to avoid. Speaking of taking yourself out and possibly others, we've seen quite a few incidents throughout the race. A lot of hard racing so far in this first hour and a half. How have things like overtaking GT4s and managing traffic been so far?
Overtaking GT4s have been alright. The biggest trouble, we've caught them in pretty good areas. There've been a few times we've had to slip behind one. The biggest problem was coming to the back of, I think it was Close and one of the other GT4s that were vying for position, and I felt I, had the pace through the start-finish straight towards the end of the straight, and I just had the door closed on me and kind of had to avoid, and ended up doing a sort of accidental dive bomb on the second car. I think it was the Mercedes actually of Thumbershot. Ended up basically having to sort of do a dive on him because I had to really get out of the way of the McLaren. That was probably the biggest issue I've had thus far when it comes to GT4 traffic, and then of course the Porsche was right up on us again, and well, 4 wide into Villeneuve wasn't fun, but we somehow made it. But no, generally GT4 has been pretty good. The Chevrolet's been absolutely, not Chevrolet, well yeah, Chevrolet, Camaro has been absolutely fantastic when it comes to lapping traffic, as they usually are for some reason, the Camaros. Some have been a bit more problematic. I don't know if you saw the Mercedes a minute ago that tried to kill my teammate.
I'm afraid we didn't catch that one on the stream there.
It was very, very close, late braking into Aqua Minerale, but luckily nothing happened of it.
Well, my last question is, this 4-hour event, while the weather's staying nice and clear, the sun is setting, the track is cooling, you guys set up your car for more of a late night hero or one that's more comfortable on the warm track?
I think it's generally quite balanced from practice. The biggest trouble is in the late night is that you just lose time by not being able to see anything. But I think the cars can still run well, can still do good lap times in the night time. The big thing is sort of just setting up tyre pressures. So for the first stop, for example, we obviously did our natural tyre pressure adjustments and then went up a little bit on the pressures to try and hope that when the weather cools down they can find a more comfortable range over the whole stint, as mine were a bit under pressured on the first stint, especially by the end of it. Luckily with the way the ACC system is set up now, it's not so big a problem, but it's still a little bit of time loss there from being just a bit under pressure.
We saw the 888 McLaren getting penalized 5 seconds in qualifying for blocking you.
Yeah.
Did that cost you much in the overall starting position?
Not in the overall, but it was just a move that we kind of had to say. It was out of, I don't know if you saw the actual incident, it was out of the chicane, outer chicane. They were blue flagged, they weren't on a lap at that point. Whether they had only started a out lap or whether they were on a invalid lap, I don't know, but they were blue flagged. Coming out of the chicane, they had plenty of time to go left or right, and they kind of just sat on the exit. And obviously coming out there especially, there's not really much I can do to try and avoid. I had to just massively back off of it. And it lost us a lot of time on our first flying lap, which, with a 15-minute qualifying and the pack being as bunched up as it was, is not the best thing to lose. If anything else happens, then obviously we'd be out a bit more. Time-wise, I mean, I had a good lap on at the end, but invalidated it, so we probably could have qualified higher, but I think we qualified pretty well for where we are, and we're obviously in a nice position now still, P7. Sorry, P6, I'm looking at Tom there. P6 with Tom, P7. Tom's probably going to get past us, so we'll probably be net P7 by the end of this, but that's not too bad. That's where we started, so hopefully we can get the number 5 in the future when we get back up to them.
Well, I think you have a great chance of actually catching up to them. So
yeah, I think Daniel's just trying to get back into the car, trying to get up to pace at the moment. With the setup and the temperature as it is, a bit hotter than the practice server has been in general.
Well, Andrews, thanks for coming in and talking with us.
Thank you.
Best of luck to you and your team.
I hope you're enjoying the festivities.
We're having a wonderful time up here in the booth. Are you going back in at the next pit stop?
Yeah, we're going to do 1 in, 1 out. I'll go in for the next, and then Daniel will take the last stint, which should be about just under an hour. By the way we're doing it, we're sort of just doing our pit stops at the moment.
Okay. All right, well...
Yes. And we're sitting down there with Tom and Deep, who are also having a great time of it, despite the unfortunate drive-through they got early on.
Mm-hmm. All right, well, thanks again for coming in.
I'm still disappointed.
Oh, sorry?
I'm still disappointed of Deep getting that drive-through.
Yes, well, that team was one of the commentators' picks for success in this race, so Crime was especially upset.
I wouldn't count them out now. Tom says he's very close to a 140 race pace, so that would be interesting to see. I don't know if he's done it yet. But, no, the drive-through. We actually have 2 warnings at the moment. One of which I picked up pretty stupidly on Piratella. The other one, which I didn't think was a track cut over the chicane, but you know how finicky Imola is when it comes to track cuts. I'm hoping that if we do get a drive-through, we'll get it later on in the race when it's a bit more spread out, so it won't have as much of an effect. But we'll have to see. Hopefully, we can just keep off the off track.
Well, thank you, James, and we wish you and Daniel good luck till the end of the race. Hopefully you can get some more positions.
Yes, thank you very much. And don't forget to plug Project A, Jacob.
Oh, don't worry. We've been talking lots.
Can't wait. Right, I'll speak to you guys later.
Bye!
Right, thanks again. And that was Andrews, the second driver here for car number 74's team, the Wins Cover Car Racing team. Currently, teammate Daniel Scott in the car after Andrews took the first stint. Car currently sitting in 6th place and poised for a strong race. I had the camera on the battle 4th as that's been continuing to heat up while the interview happened. We also have an update on the GT4 field here once this happens. It's like
the Mercedes 997 actually got the P1 again, and I saw how it happened. The 154 actually kinda got murdered by a GT3 Porsche.
Oh no.
Unfortunately. So yeah, the Mercedes just took his chance, and I don't know what happened to that 154, but definitely he lost around 5 to 10 seconds. And also, we have an update to what happened to that 997 Mercedes and why they lost their lead was because at the end of their first stint they had an incident with the GT3 car and got 18 seconds of repairs.
A big thank you to Damien Decanter for getting that information over to us. Damien, if you're a part of that team, definitely come into the interview waiting room. I'd love to hear more about your guys' events so far. Some love for the GT4. You said, Crime, that the 154 was collected by another GT3?
Correct, it was. Just give me a second to check which one it was. It was the 80 Porsche, I believe. That they kinda collided in I believe Aqua Minerale. And yeah, he definitely picked up some damage, the GT4.
It's too bad there. It was exciting to see those two up close and fighting for the lead. Definitely the GT4 class has that trouble of having to be overtaken by the faster GT3s. And you never like to see when the GT4 field finishing order is so heavily affected by GT3 violence. I know Mr. Muscle, our series director, is a big hater of GT3 on GT4 violence, so I know some strong penalties were probably handed out for that one.
Deep says sorry for disappointing you, Crime. Don't worry about it, Deep. I'm just joking. Hopefully, Tom can get some position back, and I'm pretty sure you're fast as well. So you still have a good chance.
It's worth noting Thomas Jack, the current driver for Team Vapor's car, came out and put out just the most blistering lap of the race by a huge margin. Our leader's best lap is a 141.9. Galswick's best lap is a 141.8. Thomas Jack came out and ran a 141.3. And his
might be cheating.
Honestly, at that kind of speed difference, it makes you think, right? He just ran a 141.9, and the second quickest lap I'm seeing at the top of the leaderboard is a 142.3. So he's still 4, maybe 5/10ths of a lap faster than our leaders. They're slowly reeling in the wins number 74 of Daniel Scott. We might see an overtake for position here relatively soon as Daniel gets by a GT4 BMW that is unfortunately going to catch Tom at a poor time. But just look at the speed. Daniel wasn't even in the picture 5 seconds ago, and now he's getting ready to overtake.
He actually managed to get 10 seconds from Daniel within 3 laps, which is incredible.
Look at the drive off this car has as well. He nearly got into the back of Daniel on the exit of the turn, a point where most cars are really just sort of the same. I wonder, so looks like Tom's flashing the lights. I think Daniel might be letting him go here. There's just so much speed difference between two. Daniel brakes early, and Tom's going to get by pretty easily. That car is the one to beat right now.
100%, and I think Daniel knows that Tom is way faster, so no point of both of them losing time.
I think that was a smart move by Daniel for sure. Tom now has a 10-second gap to the next car ahead, and that is currently the 82 BMW being driven by Van Vekel. This yellow BMW has spent a fair amount of time on our screen so far this race. But 10 seconds is a lot of time to make up, but based on what I'm seeing, Thomas Jacka is running about a second a lap faster than these guys, so 10 laps, that's about 15 minutes. That's so fast. I mean, Thomas Jack is on fire right now. Oh, and there's a car spinning behind back there. That is the ESRT Porsche of Khaled 77. Looks like he's gotten back going without further incident. Issues
and
there.
I think P5 and P4 are having a battle between them. So Tom could be catching them very quickly. It depends how much time they lose.
If these teams, so these two guys here both have teammates. If they're helping out, hopefully they've been able to recognize that Thomas Jack is on a tear, and now is no time to be squabbling. As he'll be approaching, trying to take over as the BMW looks to the inside for a move. He hits those sausage curbs hard and nearly collects the Porsche. That was very close. And that's going to cost both of them some time. And Vekel now 1.5 seconds behind the Porsche. And now Tom only 8 seconds behind these two.
Indeed, that was very close to the BMW, almost colliding into the 5 Porsche. So
we've talked about earlier that long straight the start-finish line is coming into the chicane at Tamburello is really the part where the track where the cars are going to be closest. It's so tempting to make a move in there, but it's such a tight entry into the chicane. In reality, you might think it's a one-line entry, but there's enough room for two cars. And we've seen a couple of moves, especially by some of the McLaren drivers, being able to make the moves and make it stick, even if they hit those big sausage curbs. Oh, the 997 gets a bit sideways there, coming out of the chicane after being overtaken.
Romex is having a good battle with the 59 Porsche, and also Thomas Jack is behind them. So that could be very interesting.
This is Khaled 77. We just saw him recovering from a spin. His tires may not be in the happiest of conditions. Romex is the one that we referred to earlier, making those good overtakes into turn 1. I wonder if he's feeling another. He's got the inside. Is he going to make a move? He's late on the brakes. There's the dive. He's side by side through there, and he's made it move. He's made it stick again. That
unbelievable how he does it.
That Racing Quest 501 is the car into turn 1, I think. He's able to be so brave on the brakes, and it's either very comfortable over those sausage curbs, or he's been able to skillfully maneuver around them so that there's no major issue with the car collecting them and clattering over them. He's not coming out wide and collecting the next car around him. And that's such an unsettling position to try to make an overtake as well, that it makes the driver that you're trying to overtake really cautious and costs them a lot of time. So Good move by Chromex. We've got a drive-through penalty for the car in 11th. That's Gala Abraham, one of the other ESRT Porsches. And another drive-through, a drive-through for Chromex.
Is that because of track limit?
Let's see, I don't see anything in the stewards listing for car 58, car 501. I'm just seeing a no further action in the last couple things. I think these are 2 track limits violations for both drivers, and they're now going to have to come through and serve a drive-through.
And that is their actually second drive-through, and I believe that could be because of track limits. So, and also seems like Thomas Jack is actually pushing a lot. 5 seconds to P5, just smashing up lap times.
Another drive-through. Is this 200? I don't think we mentioned them earlier. 200 with a drive-through. This is another track limits. We're involved in
Seems to be a very harsh track for track limits.
These chicanes. You got to hit those curbs as hard as you can, as much as you can, and there's a definite limit of what you can do, and crossing that limit is very easy to do sometimes. A couple of Porsches close together. We've got the HCR number 27 currently being driven by Kurakami. Keinl in that Wheels Hunter Racing Porsche 117. They're within a second. And just behind them, Chromex has served his penalty and is now right behind Hoffman. They've been making a lot of screen time as well, a lot of incidents, a lot of trouble. So the things you gotta avoid to have a good endurance race. As you see Kovacs entering the picture as well, just behind our series leader. Oh, and a strong move there. Chromex tried to make that move through Aqua Minerale as Hoffman went wide, but they nearly came together, both cars having to slow significantly. You can see Kovacs now right on their bumper. The blue flags waving for both drivers.
Chromex is letting him through, actually.
Gonna follow that Bentley through. I wonder if there's some good slipstream effect from that Bentley here. This might have been a good place to let that Bentley by. But, I mean, that car is so good on exit that there's a big gap between them now. Not really enough to make good advantage of the slipstream. But will Hoffman be letting the Bentley by to the chicane? Will not. It's all about where Hoffman's going to be passed here. It might be in Hoffman's best interest to let the Bentley go by, but he has to brake early to let the Bentley in for that hairpin, and now Chromex is right back on his rear. Hoffman
might try a move into Aqua Minerale, actually.
Yeah, back into Aqua Minerale. This is where they had their near coming together again. Hoffman a lot more composed through there this time. Chromex is going to have to bide his time and wait again.
Well, we know that he likes to overtake people at turn 1 and 2, so he might be setting him up for that one.
I think you might be right. Chromex looking really unsteady there through the Alta chicane. Coming upon a GT4 Porsche. That might play a little bit of part here coming into this turn. The GT3 Porsche might have to slow a little. Chromex is going to try to get the double slipstream off of both of them. It's only 0.2 of a second behind that Porsche. He's going to get some strong slipstream. He he gonna make it happen again? He goes to the inside, but not late on the brakes. He doesn't make the move happen. The Porsche left the room anyway. That McLaren hard over the curbs. Up ahead, we've also got the two Porsches of Kurakami and Keinl also battling it out. This is the battle for 15th, as you see Kurakami giving that GT4 Mercedes a wide berth. It actually caused troubles for Keinl on the entry of that turn, so that gap is going to grow. We'll go back to Chromex and Hoffman. And into Aquaman Rally. Hoffman looking good and aggressive, but Chromex really making it stick.
The McLaren seems to struggle out of corners in traction, but it's definitely very fast in straight line.
It's definitely fast in the straight line, and it seems to be very steady under brakes and possibly turn entry as well, which is why he is so strong into that turn 1 chicane. See all that time that the McLaren gains, and then he goes wide and touches the gravel. That might slow him down there. Goes wide again,
and again. Yeah, definitely no chance of overtaking right now.
Kurakami under pressure from Keinl into turn 1. Keinl's got a big lead going into turn 1. Kurakami's going to let him go there. Kurakami down to 16th now. Keinl up into 15th. Good move by those two. Thomas Jack now on the back of the BMW for 5th place. Thomas Jack has been on a tear, making a menace of this field. The last lap by both drivers, 82 BMW, a 143.3. Thomas Jack, the 69 McLaren, a 142.4, 9/10 of a second quicker. Thomas Jack looks to the inside. The move may not have been on, but the BMW left the room. Thomas Jack pulls back in behind. He's going to go for the slipstream down the straight. He's all over the back of that BMW, but he's not gaining much time. That slipstream. He's going to try to force the move, though. He's looking to the inside. There they go. They're side by side on entry. Thomas Jack over the sausage curbs. Side by side, still not complete. There we go.
That's a nice overtake from Tom.
Was a great overtake. We're seeing a lot of moves into that turn 1 chicane to Villeneuve. Turn 1 Tamburello. As Thomas Jack gets by the American entry, the Camaro, BMW has to fall in behind. Well, Thomas Jack, the fastest car on the track. He does have a big gap to the car ahead, but the car ahead's off.
He made a big mistake, actually.
He's off. Sinclath was way off the track there. I thought it was a good 20 seconds up ahead, but now he's down to 6th. Thomas Jack now up to 4th. Van Vechel up into 5th. Now there's an even bigger gap up to 3rd place. It's a long stint, though. We'll see how Thomas Jack can do and muscle that Team Vapor McLaren further up into the field. As Hoffman's gotten back by Chromax, but it's still close between the two of them. Chromax looks aggressive but brakes early, hard over those sausage curbs. I think you said it best. This car looks a little uncomfortable on the exit of turns. We just saw it go through the chicane there. It almost was like it bounced uncomfortably and yawed the car more than the driver was expecting. The rear wheels weren't as hooked up as he was expecting, but look at how fast this car is on entry. This car has to be running some aggressive suspension where the car is really hooked up on entry and mid-corner. Unless the car's driven absolutely perfectly on the razor's edge, he won't be getting by on the exits. He's side by side going into one, his favorite place to overtake, and he's by before the turn even's met. Hoffman going for the cutback.
He goes a little bit deep, yeah.
Yeah, he goes a little deep. Hoffman tries for the cutback, but it's just not happening.
The McLaren is very fast in a straight line, but it might be because of how he set up the car. So
that was my theory as well. I think he's got something going where the car's nice and strong on entry and possibly even mid, but on exits he's got to be extra careful, or he needs to either turn up the TC more than he wants to, and it slows down the car. But Chromax has been on our screen a lot today. Lots of excellent overtakes into the first chicane into Tamburello. Been an absolute enjoyment watching him put that McLaren around Imola today. Let's check in with our GT4 team here. Let's see, we'll go with one of these here.
the gap between P1 and P2 of the GT4 is kind of the same, like 10 seconds. And I don't think the 154 has pitted yet, and I'm pretty sure they have some kind of damage, not so sure how much though, so...
They certainly were pushed back by an incident after regaining the lead, or after giving up the lead there. But it stayed steady about 10 seconds between the two. Our third place is still occupied by the RXE Motorsport GT4 Camaro entry. You guys have been keeping things steady. Got a turn signal on to let the Porsche know to go ahead and pass on by. Fourth place is Rossi in his GT4. Oh, who was that turned around there? It was Meegans. Saw Meegans battling with the HCR Porsche earlier and then have a unfortunate drive-through that they had to submit. Looks like they've been continuing to struggle since. We'll go back to GT4 here. We've got close here, the Team Iris. That front of that McLaren looks like it's seen better days. Looks like it's been pulled up a little bit due to some damage as the GT3 McLaren explores the limits of the track.
The number 2 Porsche has pitted actually.
Have they?
Yes. Seems a bit early, I think. That moves up Thomas Jacquin to P3. They might be doing a driver swap as well, so it will be interesting how fast is the second driver.
Okay, we'll certainly keep an eye on them. And then rounding up the GT4s is Connor Jurt. Looks like we got a car in the pits, Team Iris, number 2 Porsche. Into the pits now. Promote some guys up. That puts actually Thomas Jack, who we were following earlier, up into third place. Got to be feeling good about their run so far this stint. Check on the wins. Supercar Racing team had other drivers earlier. Now we've got Daniel Scott on our screen. Been holding steady in 6th place in that car. Right where they need to be. It's a very handsome Wins livery car. I know Andrews put that one together, and he's a pretty strong livery maker, at least in my opinion, if I do say so myself.
It does look like a nice livery. But they're standing in net P7. Currently P6 because of the number 2 Porsche. But still P7 is I think where they started, so still great position, and they might have a chance with the number 5 Porsche later on the race.
rather interestingly, as we view the pit stop counts, it looks like the number 69 Team Vapor car has in fact pit twice. Is that correct? Oh, I guess that drive-through is going to count as a pit, isn't it?
Technically, they have probably like could have extended their stint timer, but not so sure what type of strategy they're going for. It will be very interesting to see what Tom can do, or like if Deep is gonna jump in. But they're looking very nice for a podium, actually.
The sun has fully set here at Imola, as we see number 20 into the pits here. Or sorry, not the number 20, the 20th place, 456 Porsche in. Looks like a lot of the teams up at the top are at about 50 minutes into their stint. Again, our maximum stint timer is 75 minutes, so another 20 to 25 minutes for most of these teams before they're going to be coming into pit. That being said, we did see a couple of teams that are focusing on the 1 hour stint and then coming in. So in the next 5 minutes or so, we might see some action down on the pit lane. And Bagel and Stithnoth are back at it again. These two seem to be pretty equal in terms of pace, and it just seems to be who catches the traffic, who gets a good run, and who nails the apex. Oh, Bagel goes very wide through Aqua Minerale. He's going to lose that position. The number 5 M&J Downforce Porsche moves up to 4th. Both cars about, I believe they came in either on the same lap or near one another in the last pit stop section. Both cars are at about 53 minutes on their stints. You gotta wonder, how are the tires feeling? How are their cars set up to take advantage of their tire state? And maybe that BMW is a little harder on the tires, makes them feel a little more squirrely, a little more slidey as the run goes on.
That could be definitely the case, but I think generally the Porsche is better on the tires. But it's obviously everything down to setup and driving style and how much you push it. But it's getting colder because it's getting late into the day, so that I think will help with tire wear, and definitely like definitely will make some cars drive even faster laps.
I'm showing a drive-through penalty here for our 9th place number 2 Porsche, who had just come into the pits recently. I don't see anything in the stewarding channel about the number 2 being penalized. This has to be a track limits violation.
It might be, and that I think will actually promote Thomas Jack into net P3.
I believe so. They did, let's see. My program says they're only 5 minutes into their stint, which has got to be a big heartbreaker. They've just started their stint, and they've got to roll through the pits at a slow 50 kilometers an hour all the way through. So we also see the 333 of Stefaneski coming into the pits. A little bit of damage on the front of that car. Or if this is an unscheduled stop, they're only 20 minutes into their stint. Well, they also were serving a drive-through here. This is car 333. Again, nothing on the... Oh, hang on. They were assessed a 10-second penalty for causing a collision earlier. So that penalty has now been assessed a stop-go 30. I wonder if they had a penalty on top of a penalty there.
That could be also spinning into the pit lane.
Oh, wouldn't
But
that
their
be terrible?
car,
Speeding into the pit lane to serve a
definitely.
drive-through.
Well, unfortunately, it happens. Look at the front end of their car. It's not looking healthy. Also, P2 has a 20-second time penalty. Not sure if they can serve it in the next pit stop, but that would definitely help Tom and Deep actually catch up to them.
I believe drivers are forced to take any time penalties that they have at their next pit stop if they don't finish the race at that time.
That could definitely spice up things. Even though they got drive-through very early into the race, it just shows that not everything is over, and the drivers in front of them could still make an error, get a drive-through, or speed into the pits, or just crash into a back marker. So a podium is definitely certain for the 69 McLaren.
Well, don't
maybe
give it to
even
them
more.
just yet now. This is a long race. Anything could happen.
They could still get a drive-through, obviously, but
Everybody's getting drive-thrus this race, so yeah, they could get another.
definitely seems like a very hard race to not get a drive-through.
Let's see, that was one of the ESRT Porsches coming into the pits. I don't see a penalty assessed to them here. They are 59 minutes into their stint here, and we are at the 2-hour mark, so this is likely a scheduled pit stop. Just behind is also Chromax, who is at 1 hour and 5 minutes into their stint. So we have 2 scheduled pit stops occurring. The HCR number 27 also in near 59 minutes. And just as expected, those teams doing the hour-long stints are a good wiggle by the driver there after a successful stint. But these cars are coming in with the strategies playing out. Overcuts, undercuts, all of it happening. It's all happening right now. Kovacs was probably the one that pushed their stint out the longest for their first stop. My timer shows that they are only 49 minutes into this stint, and they can go 75, as there was a slow Ferrari looked like behind there. But I mean, he's still got 20 minutes before his next stop, and with Galzik having that 20-second penalty, I think at this point there's no reason not to do an overcut and just try to minimize your final stop.
I think so as well.
They've been having such a strong race so far. Been avoiding all the trouble, getting through the GT4s rather well. Getting through the lapped GT3s as well. Things working out for them. I just saw a big penalty pop up. It looks like the HCR Porsche has been assessed a stop-go 30. I think that came on just as they left the pits, so that's likely a speeding in the pit lane penalty.
I think so as well.
Oh, and you hate to see it. Fuyutsuki in the car, and he's going to have to come right back in. And before things even get started here, he's going to have to hang out in the pits again for a while. You hate to see it. I'm a big fan of those Helios Community Racing boys. They've got a great team in our Project A series. And they're just a fun team to root for.
Seems like Daniel Scott went into the pits to do a driver swap with James Andrews for a 74 McLaren. And if I'm not wrong, they have also jumped the number 2 Porsche, which should put them net P6.
Yes, they
Hopefully.
are above that number 2 who had a penalty. James Andrews now back in the car. So they're back up to speed. They've been through the pits as well. Good for them. Romex should be leaving the pits now. Yes, he is. He'll be coming out just ahead of number 957, Withall, the Withall's Wizards. Oh, as they come out there nearly 3 wide for a moment, and Withall's going to get by there. The pit cycle. HCR into the pits now to serve their penalty, and our second place Porsche, M&J Downforce number 2 of Galzik, is in. Their stint timer at 1 hour and 1 minute, so this is a scheduled stop. Our third place car, the number 69 of currently being driven by Thomas Jack, also at the same stint timer. He could be in soon too. I think with his pace that he's been putting down, I wouldn't want anyone else in the car though. Yet here they come. Yep, there's number 69 Team Vapor car. Galzik's serving that penalty, that 20-second penalty here. So he'll be in the pits longer. See who comes out first. Galzik's
I think it should be still the 232 Porsche that comes out first.
It should. They were up about maybe 30 seconds or so, and they have that 20-second stop. Is any damage to repair or any strategies to change? Who knows what could happen there? But I think you've made the right call. 232 already on the way out. They're going to be hanging on to their position above Thomas Jack for now. That puts that yellow BMW of Clean Vigor Racing up into second place for now. Their stint timer hasn't touched an hour yet, but a few seconds more and they will. Looks like the 2 top teams that have stopped so far, R&D Galzik and of the 232 Porsche and the 74 Wins Cup Supercar, or 74. As Nunendorf in the pits, coming out now. He's gotten lots of clear track. He'll be able to join safely.
So yeah, the gap between the 69 McLaren and the 232 Porsche is around 23 seconds, I would say. So they definitely gained 20 seconds from that penalty that they got. So let's see what Thomas Jack can actually doing. I believe his last stint, I'm pretty sure that Deep Cuts is gonna finish the race.
Crime? I think I just saw the meatball flag. I think somebody's around here with some pretty strong damage. Who was that? That team who's in the pits. Looking okay. Warren Meegans is okay. Not sure who that was.
Let me check if I can spot someone.
Trevor Waite. Currently hanging on to P10 while in the pits. Pretty good. Let's see, I think the next car that we can expect to pit in from our top runners is going to be Peter Hartle here. He's at an hour and 4 minutes, so that's 64 minutes. He's got to be coming in within the next 10 minutes. Not exceed that stint timer and receive a penalty.
The same goes for the 82 BMW. They're on 62 minutes actually. Stint timer, so they're getting very close. We shall see what the Bentley of Kovacs does. Again, is he gonna run longer or is he gonna pit now? He really needs to decide, but I think he's around 20 seconds clear, but everything could happen. He could speed into the pits and completely destroy his advantage.
If I were Kovacs, I would certainly do the overcut. But if there happens to be a bunch of GT4s coming up, it might be advantageous to hit at that time so that you don't have to worry about overtaking them and be caught up with them. And while he hasn't pit yet, he is caught up to the current third-place car, Galswick, who has been pressuring him for second for the majority of the race. So I think they're getting pretty close there going into the first chicane. It might be kind of a big man move to lap your competitor, even though it might be because of pit cycles. We see Galswick's getting the blue flags, but the rules state you don't need to throw yourself off the track or anything to get out of the way. Just if the faster car makes the move, you can't defend.
I think he will try to not get lapped, but it will be very close.
I think it would be almost detrimental to the morale of this team to go from fighting for second within a second or two of this car to being lapped by this car less than an hour later, as our BMW, who's currently in second place, has been issued a drive-through penalty.
Yeah, probably for track limits.
Is that another track limits? I don't see anything applied to them by the stewards, so that's got to be a track limits warning. This must be the 10th or so that we've seen this race. So many drive-through penalties due to track limits.
Yeah, they're losing out a lot of these drive-throughs.
It's just so difficult, especially on these.
And the 187 Porsche is in the pits as well.
87. Hartle's in the pit. Yep, he's at 67 minutes for his stint, so this is definitely a scheduled stop. This team started out 9th today. They're up a couple positions during his pit window.
Also, the 997 Mercedes of GT4 just exited the pit lane and they're currently sitting P3 around 51 seconds behind the 154 Porsche.
Yep, looks like 997 was the first of the GT4s to make a second scheduled pit stop. We'll see how that plays out as well as the GT3s continue to cycle through the pits also. The 154 in first and the 198 in second are both at nearly 65 minutes for their stint, so they're due in soon as well. Red Kiwi Racing not following the lead of 997's first pit stop there. They're going to stay out, maybe go for the overcut, see if they can make some time up and win this race.
And also, Thomas Jack, the 69 McLaren, got 5-second time penalty for causing a collision with the GT4 146, actually.
Oh.
So
that's not going to help them get back up into the top 3 podium positions. But, well, with the speed that car was carrying through there, you almost wonder if Thomas Jack was just pushing as hard as he could the whole stint. And it looks like that may have cost them a couple of seconds in the penalties.
It's a 5-second penalty, which is not a lot. So it must have been a minor contact between them, but yeah, it will definitely slow him down from catching up, I would say, to P2, because for now he's net P3. So they're still looking great for the podium, but we shall see how the rest of the race goes on.
We see the number 99 Oliver Mayer Porsche getting through some slow GT4 traffic. At first, I was a little confused about the look of this car. It was just a flat gray car. But now that the sun's gone down, they've got those yellow LED lights above the main A-frames of the car. And that really gives it some contrast. I think this car looks spooky and almost kind of imposing now that the sun's starting to completely dip behind the horizon. The 82 Van Wykel might be coming in this time. He is. They are at 68 minutes on their stint timer. They've come into the pits. I wonder if we'll be seeing a driver swap. This is currently the highest positioned team with multiple drivers, though I believe, yep, it looks like Thomas Jack has taken that position back. But they're due into the pits soon as well. I'm sorry, that's not correct. Thomas Jack is doing a double stint, looks like.
So the only driver in the top 5 to has not pitted is the leading 562 Bentley, currently sitting at 62-minute stint timer. So definitely he's coming in the pits in the next 3-4 laps.
I bet you Kovacs is going to push that timer to the limit. I bet you he's not going to come in for another 12 minutes. So that it might be several more laps than expected here. But like we mentioned earlier, it could be a little different depending on traffic. As you see a couple of slow cars ahead, he's trying to get through. Like they're all GT3s that he's trying to maneuver through, so it's a little bit more difficult to get by those guys that are on similar levels of power. It's just usually through the turns they're not able to make it work quite as well.
What I think the Porsche 232 is doing is trying to slow down as much as possible with the Bentley, the leading Bentley. So I think for now it's kind of working, but not sure how much time he's getting. He might be losing time to the 69 McLaren.
Kovacs there really hit those sausage curbs hard going into Villeneuve. Car kind of bounced up off the ground. It's like it didn't affect him too badly though. And he had a scary moment going into the first chicane Tamburello. Both of the Porsches pulled to the inside, and I think Kovacs thought that's because he was going to be given the outside for that chicane. But when he pulled to the outside, that's where the Camaro was, the GT4. So he had to dive back to the inside under braking and avoid collecting the back end of those Porsches. Got a couple other cars that are nearing the end of their stint timer. We've got the number 200 RXE Motorsport driven by Bat Lunette. They are at 67.5 minutes on their stint timer. And we've also got the Bikini Bottom Racing Team currently in 10th place at 66 minutes now on their stint timer. All three of these guys due in the next 10 minutes minimum.
I can see that the Mercedes GT4 has gained its lead again after the drivers in front of him have pitted, but the gap is actually almost 30 seconds between the Porsche and the Mercedes. I think the Mercedes, I don't want to jinx them because at the start of the race I said that they're gonna win the race, so currently in a very good position for winning the race, I would say.
I think those guys have the car to beat. As long as they can manage traffic and manage incidents, they'll be in a good spot. As we see the Bikini Bottom Racing Team in for their pit stop. I don't know. I didn't check the entry list very closely for these guys. I didn't know if they have multiple drivers. Are we going to see another SpongeBob-related name coming up here? We've had Patrick Star and Bob Sponge. Maybe we'll see some sort of Squidward or maybe a Sandy Cheeks. But kind of interested to see as we see a yellow flag. Hemo is turned around at Variante Alta and crosses the track in front of some cars trying to get going again. That looked very dangerous, very scary. A lot of the cars were backing up their braking zones through that chicane trying to avoid the trouble.
And if I'm not wrong, the leader is also in that battle. Well, technically not in that battle, but in that little group of cars.
I don't see our leader here, but Hemo's all over the back of this car ahead. Left, right, left, right. Gonna make the move into one here. Oh, but he goes very wide. He's in the gravel.
The 232 got a drive-through for track limits.
Oh no, more trouble for the M&J Downforce number 2 entry, a drive-through penalty.
That is going to be very good for the 69 McLaren actually. That is pretty much going to jump them now.
And I know that these guys were fighting with Kovacs to stay on the lead lap, it looks like. But now they are destined to fall a lap down here. They have 3 laps to serve this penalty. Kovacs has not served his stint yet, or has not done his second pit stop. He's going to have to stop within the next 6 minutes. So I wonder if Galzik, in effort to not be lapped by Kovacs, would stay out to try to avoid it. Maybe Kovacs comes in a lap or two. Galwick can come in at a later time. We'll see what they decide to do here. Do they swallow the pride, or do they stay out in front of Kovacs? They're going to come into the pits and serve that penalty.
Yeah, they're coming into the pits. Either way, they're gonna lose a lot of time because of the 20-second penalty, and also this drive-through is just not a great day for them.
They have had so much speed, and I think they've just had to push the car so much to try to make up for all of the lack of luck they've had so far this event, and it's just had to, it's cost them and cost them. It's really unfortunate to see, but hopefully they join us for another event and they can really show us what they can do if the luck rolls their way. Looks like Team Vapor gets a position from this happenings. They're back out now, so they're going to retain third place for the moment. That Lunette's coming into the pits here. They are maxing out their stint timer. They have been on the track for 72 minutes straight. Could have maybe done one more lap at most. But they're all the way up in P6 right now. I'm sorry, they were in P5. They're dropping down now because of the pitting. That puts our Wins Cup Supra car racing team up into 5th place. Good for them. James Andrews back in the car, who we spoke with earlier. Getting past the GT4 before Villeneuve. Having a great race. They're up 2 spots. Another good result so far from some teams. We got Nunendorf up in P5, or sorry, in P4. The number 5 Porsche car up 4 positions from their starting spot, excuse me. Waits up 6 positions so far. They started 17th up to 11th. And those goofy goobers in the Bikini Bottom Racing team are up 7 positions. They started 20th.
It's actually great to see that people are managing to gain positions. it means that they made less mistakes. And also that 44 McLaren has the highest top speed actually, which is shared with the 200 Porsche, 269 kph. That's very fast.
This is definitely a high-speed circuit, and the car is flexing their muscles down the long straight. Really love to see it. Keep our eyes on Kovacs here. Stint timer just hit 71 minutes. He might have one more lap in there before he has to come in. But I'm interested to see what the strategy is here. So they're going to come in soon. So at the very least, they're going to have 90 minutes in their stint. They are going to stay out for another lap. So if they've got 90 minutes left, they can only run 75 on a stint. That means their final stop might just be a drive-through to extend it another 15 minutes for the end of the race, and they don't have to stop. Or maybe they just stop for a little bit of fuel and no tires to even extend that lead further. A couple of different options, and it's just a little unfortunate that Kovacs is in a single driver platform today, because I'd love to ask him what their strategy is going to look like, but at this point the only way to do that would be to bother him.
I think the smartest way to go is to just currently with this pit stop fuel it to the end of the race, and in the last 50 minutes or so just do a drive-through, reset the stint timer and finish the race, because I think he should just try to minimize potential penalties from spinning into the pit lane or track limit. So if he doesn't do any mistakes, big mistakes, he has it in the back.
562 Bentley has had a near perfect endurance race. They are the car to beat. They are one of the fastest cars on the track. They've got a big gap. There's just a lot going for them. There we go. The leader's into pit this time. Let's take a peek at that stint timer. They are at 73.5 minutes. And with laps taking about 1:40, this is the furthest they could have extended that. So they are going for the maximum stint length timer. And Kovacs stayed out long enough and has had such a strong race that now it looks like he had lapped every car in the entire event so far. And the only car to unlap themselves so far has been the number 69 car being driven by Thomas Jack. So Kovac in mid-pit stop has a 80-second lead. That's dwindling away as he pits, but I mean, pit stops don't take that long. He's already been pitting. He's got a huge lead. I don't know, outside of an incident, what could slow these guys down. I think they're just going to take it nice and easy. Don't push the car too hard. Don't make any unnecessary mistakes. Go for that overcut again. Go for the full 75 minutes if they can. And then they'll be able to get it all done. So it looks like James Andrews catches the leader there. So after a pit stop, Kovacs has lapped every single car except for second, third, and fourth place. So it just goes to show what a strong race they're having, what a strong car they've got.
Actually, that is very impressive. And the fact that he's single driver has not made any big mistakes so far, it just shows that he's actually a good driver. So
yeah, they've managed everything perfectly, all by themselves. They don't have to, like, they've gotten their strategy. They've clearly got that scheduled and ready beforehand. And any adjustments they've had to make on the fly, they've been able to make with no trouble. I mean, kids at home, if you're ever thinking about being an endurance driver or an endurance race team, just check out what Kovacs is doing, guys. Avoid the trouble, stay out long, have a strong car, make the best of it. Well, that should end our pit window. Yep, everybody's stint timer is basically at 20 minutes or lower. Let's do a quick run through the field, see how everyone's doing. Of course, our leader Kovacs, we've been going on and on about how well they've been doing today. Currently in second place is the Team Vapor number 69 McLaren, still being driven by Thomas Jack. Crime and I have been pretty impressed with Thomas Jack's pace so far this event. He's been putting that McLaren through its paces. Just an enormous gap up to first place. I don't know if anything like that's surmountable or not. It's going to be interesting to see. Third place is currently the M&J Downforce number 2 entry 232, the Porsche. These guys have had tons of pace all race, but it's been heartbreaking to see that they've been pushing and pushing on that car, and they've just run into a couple of issues where they've bumped into traffic, gotten a drive-through penalty for track limits. They've had so much bad luck, and they're still up in third place. I think it really shows how much strength that car has and how solid these drivers have been despite the adversary. Fourth place, we've got Tobias Nunnendorf, the number 5 Porsche with M&J Downforce. These guys have been solid all day. Nunnendorf has been on and off the stream, battling with a few other drivers, keeping things nice and tidy. Fifth place, got the Wins Cup of Supercar racing team. James Andrew currently driving that. James and Daniel Scott have been putting that McLaren around the track at a pretty high rate of speed as well, doing the right things for their race, where you avoid the trouble, you keep clean, you keep steady, you don't run off the track, you don't crash into other folks. Good, solid race from them. Sixth place currently is the No Big Deal Racing team. Got Chris looped in there. We've seen these guys a couple of times. This light blue and black Porsche looking really solid, and those exhaust pipes glowing in the dark now. A very imposing, very fast-looking car. They've had a pretty solid run. They're up 3 spots starting from 9th. 7th place, the yellow BMW number 82, Clean Vigor Racing. Peter Bjorn Jorgensen driving away with their car right now. Been up and down throughout the field. We've seen them as high as 3rd place in the race. They started up in 2nd, down 5 spots, trying to build their car back up to where they know they can go. 8th place, we've got Team Iris, their number 2 Porsche. Team Iris is also running into some trouble. I think they've had a drive-through penalty, was it, Crime, for track limits at some point?
I think so, actually.
And
Because
yeah, they've had some good pace. They've had a good job of keeping out of trouble besides that, but drive-through was a big killer, I think, for them. Kind of let a little bit of air out of their sails. They're down 2 spots from their starting position.
I think after swapping drivers, kinda they lost pace, and also that drive-through immediately after the swap just completely killed the mood for the number 2 Porsche. But
in 9th place, we've got the number 200 Porsche RXE Motorsports. Bat Lunette on here. This team currently tied for the fastest time in the speed trap during the race. They're down 4 spots, though. They started in 5th place. I feel like I haven't seen a whole lot going on. I know they've been a team that's also gotten a drive-through penalty, but I also kind of feel like they've been on the wrong side of a couple of incidents as well. It's kind of cost them. Sometimes you need luck as well as skill, and sometimes you just don't have it. But still a very strong showing up in 9th place, and a fast car to boot. Car number 99, Oliver Meyer, currently driving the RPM Tri-Work car. Had a couple of fans in the chat earlier in this event. Good to see. And those yellow LEDs on the top of the car really shining through now that the sun is completely gone. Bit of a quiet race for them so far. Started 11th, up to 10th. They've had 2 pit stops. Not a whole lot going on in their race that we've been able to catch on the stream. But that's usually both a good and a bad thing, because it means they've been avoiding the trouble. In 11th place, we've got the 422 Ferrari of GBRC, Trevor Waite. It's another one of our entries who is doing the entire 4-hour event by himself. He's the only driver on that team. They've been having a pretty solid race so far. They started down in 17th, and they've climbed their way up to 11th, up 6 spots. I hope they're proud of what they've been doing, because it's working out well. And especially when you're by yourself, you gotta be doing it right the whole time.
Yeah, he might not be the fastest driver on the grid, but if he's being consistent and not getting any penalties, this is how you gain positions. So,
if anyone's building up a team for the next event here in a month or so, keep this name on your mind if you're looking for a teammate. He drove by himself. He's up 6 spots, 2.5 hours into an endurance event. So, guys got the right stuff, I think. All right, in 12th place, we've got Ivo Dante of ESRT Endurance. We've got a couple of these ESRT cars in the race. Sometimes it's a little hard to tell them apart. I think they've got the same livery going for them, at least at a glance from what we've seen so far. I believe they took a penalty about midway through the race for some contact, but we've seen them and their teammates pretty closely or together with pace, as we see them go by the Ferraris there. Then let's see.
I don't think they're going by. I think that's a battle between P11 and P12.
Yeah, that's actually Trevor Waite that we just touched on. He passed there by the Porsche, so that's a good move by Dante, and it's nice and clean. I think Waite recognized that they were pretty quick through some of those turns there, so they let them go. All right, we'll move down to 14th place. The Bikini Bottom Racing Team, sort of a surprise entry. I didn't recognize that they were going to be so enjoyably silly on their entry list, but they've got to be having the most fun out there. They're tied for first on the speed trap. They're up 6 places from their starting position, and they're out there with names like Patrick Starr and Bob Sponge. They've got a great livery. They've even got SpongeBob and Patrick all over the car. I mean, that's one of the best ways to enjoy endurance racing. If you're not there to win, be there to have fun. Do some silly stuff. And, I mean, these guys are doing it right. Far behind them is the 15th place car, Bach, just giving up position to a faster Porsche there. We've seen Bach a couple of times on the stream in a really hard fight with a couple other competitors. If I'm remembering correctly, I think they got caught out by a McLaren at some point and got really hard into the wall and have had to recover from that.
Oh yeah, they after turn 3, before turn 4.
Mm-hmm.
I think, yeah,
that's
they
right.
had a very bad incident.
Yeah. Given that they've had a horrible crash and an unexpected pit stop, they started 15th. They are 15th. So clearly that car can continue to move its way back up if they keep clean and keep away from those McLarens with murderous intent. All right, 16th place, we got Philip Keinel. We've seen him a few times, usually in unfortunate circumstance. Still, they qualified in 21st place and they're up to 16th, so they're not having a bad race. But I'm sure they'd like to be a little bit higher than where they're at now. Still, though, up 5 spots is a good place to be. 17th, we've got Michael Medina in the 888 McLaren. I believe that was the McLaren that was in the incident earlier with Bach. We're racing tight down the straight and had it coming together. They also took some pretty severe damage in that incident and had to immediately pit with some pretty bad steering damage. Even though they had that unscheduled damage pit stop, they're currently up in 17th, and that's 2 places up from where they qualified. Like everyone in the top half of the field's having a pretty good day, going up and up and up. In 18th place, we've got Naprang, the Never Lift Extreme Racing 2. He is another driver that's doing the whole event by himself in that yellow and I believe navy blue Porsche. Looking pretty smart. They've had 4 trips into the pit lane this race, though, Crime. I don't know if maybe they had a drive-through for maybe track cuts, or maybe they've had a couple incidents. They are only down 2 spots from their qualifying position, though.
I think they were involved in some incidents as well.
Well, if they've been all over the track and in some incidents and only down 2 spots, I think that just means that they've got it all pretty well together as they catch a moment of oversteer. Good job to hang on to that.
Pirelli.
They were coming up on the Camaro into Aqua Minerale, and I think they just weren't quite in the position they were expecting and got a big wiggle of oversteer. Had to correct it, but other than that small sign being taken out, that was perfectly handled, I think. That's about as good as you can get when the car decides that it's your time to die. 19th, we got Dave Petzold in the AO Racing Porsche. Started 22nd, they're up 3 spots, but I'm noticing their stint timer is at 66 minutes, so they're due into pit soon. I'm actually a pretty big fan of their livery that they've made. Those angry teeth on the front of the Porsche look great and kind of remind me of those World War II fighter planes with the angry mouths on them, the P-40s. Looks great. Hopefully they can hang on to their position here as they come into their scheduled pit stop here within the next couple of laps. In 20th place, we've got the in Felix Racing Blue, currently being driven by Rip Hagen. They're up 3 spots from their starting position as well, currently 20th, starting 23rd. Got a yellow flag right now. Looks like the Ilias Community Racing Porsche have been off the track there momentarily. Oh, and they may have some damage to the suspension. That car is around again. And trying to get
That was
going.
a nice 180 from them, actually.
It was, yeah, it was
360.
kind of sexy there. Just a little unfortunate that it had to happen after an incident. Let's check inside real quick to see if... see, they don't have any steering damage that I can see. Steering wheel's still nice and straight. They just had a moment where they got turned around. Suzuki back going, not going into the pits, so everything seems to be clear there.
I think it was the sausage curb that caught them out and just spun them around.
Yeah, we mentioned in the pre-race how these GT3 cars like to ride low. They have real stiff suspension, so it can be really dangerous to hit those sausage curbs, especially if the car doesn't like that with their setup. So just a factor of trying to go fast and avoid the trouble. So they're currently in 22nd place. In 21st place, we've got Vincent Spice in the lone Lamborghini entry, 777. Another Hilius Community Racing entry. We saw them a bit earlier being unfortunately turned around by our 2nd place Porsche as they went through the traffic trying to catch the leader. It sort of was another domino in the downfall of Galswick's perfect day so far, but they haven't let it get them down. They're up 4 spots from their starting position of 25th. And they're in a Lamborghini, so no matter what, they're having fun and they sound the best, as a Ferrari up ahead's off the track a little slow. And they make a good cutback there at the end of the chicane to make it by. Good move. Oh, not quite. The move not quite made. Oh. And Spice is now up to 20th. That was a move on Riphagen. Okay, we can skip ahead then to 23rd place. Got Oren Megans in Felix Racing Red. Looks like a brother to the Infelix Racing Blue. These guys have had a bit of a rough race, or should I say this guy, Megans. We saw him fighting earlier with the HCR team a few positions ahead, and they were having quite the battle. It was very enjoyable to watch. A little aggressive at times, but definitely fun to watch. Megan's still running the car around. He's 5 spots down from his qualifying position of 18th, so don't be surprised if that car moves its way up further. Another car that we don't want to be surprised if they move up ahead is the Racing Quest for 24, currently being driven, or sorry, number 501. I believe they may have made a pit stop or something since we last touched, because I really do think that we may have touched on them earlier. But anywho, this 501 McLaren's been especially fun to watch. They've been the strongest car overtaking into turn 1. We've seen them put the moves on several cars going through there, where overtakes seem to be at a premium here at Imola. But 501 doesn't care. Putting the moves on everybody around there. We'll see them back up higher in the standings, I'm sure of it. Another car that's been having a rough day, the 957 Ferrari with All's Wizards. They've got a beautiful Ferrari. That light blue and orange works really well together. Just not being able to put it together on the track so far. They're down 11 spots, started in 14th. Been through the pits 4 times now. It just hasn't been their race, I think. Any words of encouragement for them, Crime?
We're almost closing down on the last hour of the race, so not so sure how encouraged I can say to them, but they seems to be struggling. A lot of bad luck has happened to them, and also I think they were involved in the lap 1 incident, if you remember, in Aqua Minerale.
Oh yes, that's right. Yeah, they were on the back foot from the beginning, weren't they?
Yeah. So I think this is where they kind of start losing because they had damage. I believe they also got a penalty. I could be wrong, but they definitely got some damage from it, and yeah, they were just at the back pretty much from the start of the race.
Well, at the very least, I hope they can join in our next endurance event, because they've got a great looking car, and if they can avoid the trouble on the first lap, I bet they're going to be way more competitive in the next event. Our final car in the GT3 team is Stefanski here, Neverlift Extreme E-Racing. Been having a rough day. They've been in the pits 9 times, it looks like. Not sure if maybe they didn't get something correct with the setup, or maybe their drivers just weren't quite ready for the race, but they'll do better next time. I think they might be hanging out for a while in the pits while they let the race continue on. The GT4 now, the 997 still leading this section of racing. Bring up the GT4s here. Doing great. They had a little bit of trouble earlier in this race. The first round of pit stops, they got hit by a GT3 and had to give up their lead to get the car repaired. But then were able to muscle their way back up through the rest of the cars and get it back. So these guys are definitely strong and looking great. It's been Hartman in second place for the majority of the race, but now I'm showing that RXE Motorsports in the Camaro are now in second. These guys have been having an excellent race. They're up 3 positions from their qualifying. They've avoided the trouble, and they've let their big American V8 do the talking.
Actually, that is because of the 154 Porsche pitting in, I think, 2 laps ago.
Oh, yes, you're right, Crime. It looks like 154 came in 3 minutes ago to stop. So Red Kiwi just a little out of sequence here with the rest of the GT4 field. They might be net second at this point, but currently in the standings at third, still up a position from their starting position of fourth. They've been a great car to watch. Their Red Kiwi Racing livery, very beautiful. That matte gray black with the red, very striking. They've got a great car to look at and a great car to race. Just below them, currently fourth in the GT4 field, is Valentino Rossi with Tavulia Racing. There's only 8 cars currently in this field, yet Rossi's been able to pass 3 of them in this endurance event. He's one of the biggest gainers for this GT4 field. In fourth right now, currently on strategy with the leaders in terms of stint time. So we should see him continue to have success, and hopefully do a little bit better as he touches the gravel there coming out of the chicane. We should see him do well. We see a yellow flag out for number 180, the other AMG entry. He's off now and rejoining very safely. He's currently 8th in the GT4 standings, recovering. And then 7th in the GT4 standings is Teams Iris's pink and purple McLaren. This entry seems a little surprising because I know the McLaren's pretty good in straight lines at this track like Imola. They are much faster than their competitors in the speed trap. I wonder if they just didn't quite hit the setup. Maybe they needed a little bit more downforce to make it through these turns. They are maxing out at 254 on the speed trap, and other entries for GT4 are at like 245, 246, so they're way stronger in the straight line than some of their competition.
I think, yeah, they went for maybe a low downforce setup, which probably was not a great idea.
Well, perhaps they'll get it right the next time they join us for an event, as yellow flag's out for Hemo. I think he just may have gotten off the track there for a moment. Yellow flag already cleared up. Oliver Meyer, yellow flag, and L. Louis also yellow flag. 11th and 12th place. Those are cleared up here. Trevor Waite now up into 10th because of the issues. Crime, I need to step away for just a moment. Can you take over for me, my guy?
Yes. So the 154 Porsche actually got a 10-second time penalty for unsafe rejoin. Let me just check again what was the actual ticket. So yeah, unsafe rejoin causing a collision. So maybe the Camaro has a chance of actually getting that net P2 in the GT4 standings. Meanwhile, the 69 McLaren of Thomas Jack got his 5-second time penalty removed from the sewer, so apparently they appealed somehow. I think his teammate put a ticket and it got appealed and it got accepted, so they're looking very great for keeping that P2. Let's see who is having a close battle. The number 2 Porsche is in the pits, I'm assuming, for their last pit stop for the end of the race. Oh, and the 456 Porsche actually having a close moment with some lap cars while they were trying to overtake the 117 Porsche. Just see through the actual field. It seems that it's separated most of them are separated by more than 10 seconds. Coming up to the last hour of racing. Seems like the 187 Porsche, currently sitting in P6, is closing down very quickly on James Andrews in that McLaren. So that will be an interesting fight to see, because the McLaren seems to be behind, I believe, a backmarker GT3, which is, yeah, they're in a big train actually, which it's very slow, and it's obviously allowing the 187 Porsche to catch up quickly to James Andrews. That will be a nice battle to see actually how it goes on, and fighting through the field with some lapped cars.
Alrighty, Crown, I'm back with you. See that the number 2 Porsche
Well, the
picked up a drive-through while we were
154
gone.
Porsche of GT4 is actually not having a great time with all this traffic, and how he needs to let them go, and then 10-second time penalty is actually hurting them a lot.
Hey, Crime, I'm back with you.
Hello.
Did you already touch on the number 2 Porsche getting a drive-through penalty?
I actually didn't saw that they got a drive. Did they actually got a drive-through penalty?
Yes, they've been assigned a drive-through penalty for causing a collision between him and number 58, the Evo Dante Porsche.
Oh, that is actually because I touched on them after serving their, I said, last pits, the planned pit stop, but apparently they have been assigned a drive-through, so
it looks like
yeah,
they've hit the lap before, because their stint timer is only at 1 minute and 44 seconds. Now
yeah, they pitted a lap or two ago, so it was this is why I was so surprised. If you go back to 187, the Porsche, he's having a great battle with James Andrews in the McLaren. They had to fight through some lap traffic, and it was very tight in some corners.
That's so unfortunate for that number 2 Porsche team. That's the second penalty for that they've received a drive-through, and that's the second time they've received a drive-through at the immediate start of a stint for them.
Yeah, they didn't have the most clear race, but hopefully next time they have a cleaner race, because they were looking very fast in the first 2 hours of the actual race.
Mm.
And also, I don't know if you saw, the 154 GT4 got a 10-second penalty after exiting the pits and causing a collision with a GT3 car. So I believe the Camaro of 198 could be in a chance for a P2.
How exciting. Those guys have had a great race so far. The magic continues for the 198 Camaro.
I think so, actually. Looking great for them. Oh, the 27 Porsche of the Helios Community Racing, and I believe that's the 59 Porsche, had a little contact while overtaking.
Yeah, it looks like the HCR Porsche has got the better of that, took the position, and didn't really lose any time either. Go back to James Andrews here. That battle's still within a half second. They're caught up here behind the Camaro through Aqua Minerale, the double right-hander. Both cars able to get by before Variante Alta, but oh, the Porsche goes wide through the chicane. Chris Luke with no big deal racing. He's gonna have to give up some time there. He had an inside line still for his braking. So they were trying to get past the GT4, and I think perhaps the braking line wasn't adjusted or the braking point wasn't adjusted for that, or if the inside lane's just a little bit dirty with little bits of rubber since we've been racing for 3 hours now. But he wasn't quite able to get it bowed up in time.
Maybe. Or he started. I think we're coming up to the end of their stint, if I'm not wrong. Let me just check. Yeah, they're at 56 minutes of stint timer, so they got another, like, I don't know, around 19, 18 minutes left till they have to pit, so their tires could not be in a great state.
See, looking through the stint timers, most teams of the GT3 leaders are around 53 minutes. Probably see some pit stops within the next 10 minutes or so. Our leader Kovacs, with his long stint strategy, is only at 32 minutes. So, like we were proposing earlier, he may only have about 15 minutes of extra time to worry about after his final stint. Currently, the cars on the longest stints. Oh, as Tobias Bach is turned, and Team Iris Louis may have come together there. They're both slow. Tobias gets going again. No trouble for the rest of the field, it looks like. Bach down a position there. Our Goofy Goobers in the Bikini Bottom Racing team, the benefactors of a position from that coming together. Andrews and Luke still within a second of each other here, battling for 5th place. Right along with the McLaren, see if we can figure out where this McLaren's strong compared to Luke in his Porsche.
I think from what I have seen in the last couple of laps, I think again it's under exit and traction. The McLaren seems to slide more, which is costing them time, and also traffic has not been very lucky for them.
Well, they lucked out there. They were able to get by that slower Ferrari, I believe it was, and they were able to maximize the track there while Luke behind had to take an inside line into that chicane, and I know that can really hurt your time there. So, looks like that Porsche is pretty good on the brakes right now. Able to drive in hard and hit those apexes. Luke and Andrews are within a single kilometer an hour in the speed trap for their highest speed so far this race, and so it seems like these two cars are pretty even. The Porsche might be a little bit better on the brakes, but everywhere else they seem to be about matched, which might explain why they've been within 1 second of each other for so long.
Yeah. And he managed to, the traffic helped him actually catch up very quickly to the 74 McLaren, so, but technically catching up is more easily than actually overtaking, so.
Luke with a cheeky little flash of the lights there. I think he's trying to do everything he can to get by that McLaren. Yeah, that gap just stays pretty steady. You can see how the Porsche seems to gain a little bit on brakes, but then I'm not sure if it's the straight line speed or just the exit traction. McLaren's not super great on the traction, it seems, but maybe the Porsche isn't doing so hot with that either.
And I think, looking from it, the stint timer on 74 McLaren is coming up to like an hour, so they will definitely pit in the next 15 minutes. And I think they're gonna do a driver swap with Daniel Scott finishing the race. So.
Okay.
Oh, and we got a guy who got disqualified. The 180 Mercedes got disqualified. The GT4.
180 Mercedes of what?
The GT4 180 Mercedes got disqualified.
Disqualified?
Yes, did they not serve a penalty or? I don't see tickets for it.
I see that they were given a 10-second time penalty for causing a collision, but I mean, there's no way that would have caused them to be disqualified. I wonder what happened.
I wonder what happened as well, actually.
Let's see if we can find it in the incident list here. This just happened, number 180. I'm not seeing any major incidents here in the last moment or two.
They must have not actually served a drive-through, or maybe how is the stint timer looking like for them? Maybe they were past the stint timer.
Perhaps that's what it was. The contact that they were penalized for happened, 15 minutes ago, so I'm not really sure what was going on there with those guys. Hopefully no major errors or anything on the game or anything, but we'll get back to the action here. It's unfortunate.
The 456 Porsche comes into the pits, and also the 200 Porsche gets a 5-second time penalty, I'm assuming, for causing a collision.
.456 is in. Stint timer at 70 minutes. We'll probably be seeing Ivo Dante coming in relatively soon. That timer for his stint is at 66 minutes. Dante currently holding down the 8th position, up 5 spots. His starting position. Battle between Andrews and Lute. I say battle, but those two cars are so nearly perfectly matched that it's not really much of a battle. They're just kind of riding around with each other, I think. No one's making any aggressive moves. I think they're just trying to use each other to each other's advantage and just move up. Gain some good time. Ludendorff hits the pits here. Our 4th place Porsche, number 5. This should be a scheduled pit stop. They are at 1 hour on the stint timer. They have been hitting the pits within an hour of their stints for the majority of the race, so that lines up well with their strategy. Likely lose a few positions as the pit stops cycle through. They'll come right back up.
And the number 2 Porsche gets another drive-through for causing a collision.
Oh no. Those guys have got to be frustrated at this point. That is their 4th drive-through.
Yeah, that is
in nearly 3 hours. That's got to be frustrating for them. They've had such a good driver skill showing and car showing, and just not their race, I think. I would love to see them in another event soon here to show us what they can really do when they can avoid those issues. The number 200 car given a 5-second penalty for blocking. There's a penalty you don't see handed out very often in the Racing Pals community. I wonder if threw a move or something with a blue flag on there that wasn't expected, but it's a bit unfortunate for those guys. Got a little bit of time on their car ahead. A little bit behind that McLaren, so hopefully they can catch back up after their next stop. Let's see. Pits are currently empty.
The 74 McLaren of James Andrew comes into the pits.
Yep, just hits in the pits is Andrews.
I'm assuming that's a planned pit stop.
I believe it is. They are at 65 minutes on the stint timer, and they have been swapping in and out. Only 50 minutes left in the race. They're probably going to get Daniel Scott in there to finish things up.
Yeah, I think he said it in the interview that we had with him. And also the 69 McLaren of Thomas Jack comes into the pits for his last planned pit stop, probably swapping with Deep Cuts to finish off the race. Hopefully he can bring that P2, and also the 232 Porsche comes into the pits as well.
Yep, the pits are definitely open. Folks are coming in. You said the 232?
Yep.
There we go. It's our other, one of our top cars coming in. Galswick. So they can avoid more penalties for the rest of the race and make the best out of what they got. There goes Team Vapor's car. Deep Cuts is indeed in the car. He's going to be finishing out a stint for them.
The 44 McLaren of Mr. Sponge is having a close battle with P9,
Yep,
who has a 5-second penalty as well.
Yeah, that's Matthew Heaven up ahead. Number 200 we talked about just a bit ago. Under attack here from our Bikini Bottom buddies. Been having an excellent race. Wonder who those drivers actually are. Might have some guys that might want to team up with them in the next race. And you might feel a little silly getting into the driver's market and saying, hey, which one of you guys is SpongeBob? But they're making their way past a couple of GT4s here now. That might hold up Bikini Bottom boys a little bit. Number 99 RPM Tri-Brick car in for their scheduled pit stop. Stint timer at 65 minutes. Just looped in the No Big Deal Porsche. A few moments away from hitting 60 minutes on their stint timer, so they probably are going to stay out for a bit more. Maybe they might be in soon. With how much time is left in the event, unless they're going to stop and double stint tires, I think it would probably be in their best interest to pit now, get fresh tires on that Porsche, so they can get their way up quickly. As they're flashing the lights at the HCR Porsche down the straight, they're going to make a move. Maybe.
We have got a very nice driver for a driver interview. His name is Thomas Jack.
Oh, all right. I would love to talk with Thomas Jack. He just did a double stint. The Team Vapor car. You know what? Pull him in here and we'll get him in while the pit stops are cycling through.
Hello, Tom.
Hello, hello. ¿Cómo estás?
Yeah, thanks for joining us in the booth here. You just finished up a double stint. How's the car feeling?
Car's great. It's a bit slidey on the rear towards the end of the stint because it seems to have a lot of power on it. But, otherwise, generally, it's good as long as I keep my Thunderfoot in check.
Very good. We saw you put in a really strong lap right out of the gate. Did you have a specific mindset when you hopped into the car to make sure you got everything you could out of the car? I mean, you were almost a full second up on some of these leaders.
Yeah, I was just I just wanted to we got an unfortunate little drive through at some point, so I was just wanted to drive as fast as I can and make positions. It was a nice little drive, so it's a bit difficult with all this traffic. It's very easy to get caught up in it and then just lose all the time. So it wasn't that easy to get the lap in there, but luckily that first stint was very very clear. We didn't get much traffic then.
Speaking of trouble with traffic, we did see that you picked up a 5-second penalty during your stint, but we didn't catch it on the stream. Can you tell us what happened?
We got it removed, so we got appealed and we got it removed. It was sort of a weird situation. Just GT4 ahead of us and GT3 were sort of side by side going into the hairpin. GT4 was on the left. There was a bit of moving under braking happening and a bit of confusion on both sides, and we ended up meeting at the apex. But I don't think anything, no one got damaged. We both lost time. It is what it is. It happens, but nothing too major.
You guys were slicing your way through the fields. Have you been having any trouble with GT4s?
I mean, we've been having trouble with everyone, I think. This second stint, at least for me, it was very difficult. I felt like everything that could happen happened. I told James, we're in the call with the 74 car. I told James that everything that's happened, all that's missing now is just an airplane landing on track in front of me or something. It's been difficult, but yeah, I mean, it is what it is. It's Imola, and in sort of multi-class at Imola is always going to be a challenge. So,
It sounds like you've gotten the full experience of the endurance race today.
Yes.
I feel like that's one of the reasons why our leader Kovacs has had such success so far, is he's been very lucky and fast, which is sort of what you need. You guys have been kind of okay in the luck department, but you've been one of the fastest guys out on track. How has Deep Cuts been finding the car?
He's doing really well. Actually, he dropped a personal PB for qualifying, which was surprising. He's been driving really well generally. I don't know how I've never asked how he feels, but I'm assuming driving fast means good. I know he was probably a bit nervous at the start. He was sort of shaky and got a few warnings like straight out the gate. But as soon as he got sort of the rhythm going and stuff, he was just flying.
We've seen a lot of teams, including your own, struggle with the track limits. Where have you guys been picking up your track limit warnings, and how many are you at now?
I don't know where Deep got them. I think just sort of everywhere. When you're over driving a bit sometimes, or when you're not in that zone. Sometimes you just sort of have a snap here and there and end up wide and not lifting and all that. I did get a couple, so we're on 2 warnings right now, but mainly just for me, it's mainly Aquaman Rally and the stint. The fronts are really understeery, and if you get the trail braking wrong, you're just going straight and end up on the bouncy stuff.
You seem to have had very nice double stint actually, which you pulled out, I don't know, from like P12, P13 to P2 actually. Obviously some drivers in the top 5 got some drive-thrus and some penalties that obviously helped you, but just lap after lap, pulling those lap times, sometimes it was more than a second faster than Kovacs. It was very incredible to stint actually.
Thank you. Yeah, I mean, it's a quick car around here. We do have the car advantage over a lot of these guys, I think. So that definitely helps. And I got maybe a bit overly excited practicing for this. I didn't mean to put the amount of time I did put into it, but we had the other team that we're in a voice call with practicing at the same time. So obviously, when I see them on the server, I can't not join, right?
It's good to be practicing, to be fair, because if you didn't practice, you'll not be as fast as you were in that double stint that you did, but it's just Kovacs keeping it very clean. I think that drive-through costs you obviously like around, I don't know, 30 seconds, and then just on the race start, like you said, the being very shaky, just being nervous to not crash into someone, which I think this is how it should be, to not crash into someone or like over push, because it's a 4-hour race and you should take it a little bit safer, which costs him lap time obviously.
Yeah, and I mean, to be fair, Kovacs has been flying from the start, so he's really putting the lap times in there. It's a bit unlucky with the drive-throughs, but who knows? Maybe Kovacs gets one still. I mean, it's Imola after all.
We can pay the stewards to give him a stop go 30 or something like that.
Drop the PayPal and we'll see.
Yes.
No, I'm kidding. But yeah, yeah. I mean, Kovacs. I don't see us catching up to him right now. He's a lap up on us right now, but he's still having to splash and dash. I'm surprised with his strategy actually paying out. Really, I wasn't expecting it to work out like it's working out. But he's flying. I don't see us really catching up to him, unless unless a drive-through or something else bigger happens. Right now, we're just focusing on trying to keep P2. P3 is a really quick driver, so we just got to keep it together. It's 40 minutes to go. As long as we keep it on track, I don't see why not.
Yeah, the P3 just actually put his personal best of 141.7, so
yeah, the track is very quick right now. I had a 40.9 I think a couple times on the Delta on that last stint, but I didn't get a clear lap until like halfway through it, so by then the tires were gone. But it's definitely getting quicker and quicker.
yeah. Oh, hopefully Deep can use his space, because I can see he has space. It's not like he's slow. He just needs to keep it consistent, so
yeah.
Hopefully you get that P2 action.
Yeah, fingers crossed. As long as he can keep up those 42s, he's about to drop a good low 42 here. So as long as he can keep that consistent, then I think we have a good chance.
Yeah.
Oh, no, it wasn't a low 42. Oh well. But yeah, fingers crossed.
Well,
right.
we wish you good luck.
Thank you very much, and good luck to you guys with the rest of the race. Hope it's not been too exhausting.
It's been a great race so far, actually. Lots of fun to bring to the people.
A lot of good battles, I hope.
Plenty.
Nice. All right. Well, good luck to you guys for the rest of it, and hopefully there's more battles to come, but hopefully not around us.
Alright, thanks, Tom.
Alright, see ya.
See ya.
Alright, that was Thomas Jack. He is the second driver for the team favorite car. He led the way on a big push to get that number 69 McLaren up from below 10th to 2nd place. Definitely an amazing drive by him, a big candidate for driver of the day.
Yeah, I think so as well. He pulled very nice double stint, so not sure. Do we have a driver of the day vote or something like that? I think we had it for RP series. Not so sure if we have it for RP endurance.
Well, we can always say what we think, and if anyone agrees or disagrees, they can add something into the live chat and we'll see it. So, leave it as is. A quick update here on hit count. So Kovacs has only hit the pit lane twice. He is 55 minutes into his stint. He is going to have to do like a splash and dash or a drive-through, depending on his fuel efficiency. We've got currently in 4th place car 82, Bjorn Jorgensen. He is on 67 minutes on his stint. All other cars up until about 18th place are under half an hour on their stint. So this should be the final stop. In fact, here comes Peter Bjorn Jorgensen now. But this should be the final pit stop. And we probably won't be seeing any other stops outside of Kovacs for the rest of the race.
Do we have any close battles? Oh yeah, the P2, not P2, the number 2 Porsche is having a close battle with number 80 Porsche for P19.
Let's check that out. Winning with AO Racing, holding down the 19th place right now with Louis pushing in. AO Racing up 3 spots from their starting position, but Louis down 14 from their starting position. They're probably hungry to gain some spots back.
And I also just saw that the Camaro GT4 got a stop and go 30 for speeding in the pit, so
those poor guys.
Very unfortunate for them.
The magic only lasts for 3.5 hours, it looks like. Those guys were having a wonderful race. And that stop-go 30 is probably going to destine them for 3rd, if not 4th, in their class.
Yeah, hopefully. They should be okay with P3 actually. But they need to be very careful in the last 30 minutes.
Wheel and Vigor Racing has Tim Van Vekel in the car now to finish out their race. And is that a battle for second, I see?
Yes. Dipkus has made a big error. His last lap was 157.
Yeah,
so he probably had a big spin. So that turned into some interesting race. Oh no, he might. I think he might have got killed by someone.
I'm looking through our incidents to try to find something here.
Yeah, by maybe a GT. It's either the 27 GT3 car or the 146 GT4. And also I can see a ticket immediately put out by his teammate Thomas Jack that we had in the commentary literally like 5 minutes ago, so that is not great for the and
hard over those sausage curbs and the position's gone. Wonder if they have any damage from that incident. Wheel seems to be straight, that's good. Galazik is now up into P2. And he's running some fast times. Galazik just matched the leader on the previous lap with his pace.
The battle is still not over. I think if Deep just puts his head down, he can actually give a good battle for that P2.
Gotta be close between the two here. They both have fast cars. See if Deep can keep things clean and keep things tidy. Last time he was in the car, the sun was up. Wonder if there's any trouble transitioning to driving with the sun being down, the lights being on, everything being dark.
Did we check if he has his dark visor on the helmet or?
Well, let's take a look real quick. Well, it's so dark it's hard to tell if that's a tinted or a clear visor, but you know what? I can't really see into it. Maybe he did bring in the tinted visor. This could explain some things here, Crime.
I think that could be one of the reasons. Obviously we are joking, but it's unfortunate.
Keep an eye on this battle. We've got another battle for 10th place. The 99 of Gruber and 422 of Weight within a second. Take a peek at them real quick just to see how it's going. They're within a second, but not as close. Both ran nearly identical lap times last lap. So we'll keep it here with Galswick and Deep Cuts. been a pretty heavily Porsche populated event this month. Yeah, I see Porsches from top to bottom. It's not like they're an overpowered car, really. Kovacs, our fastest driver in a Bentley, and there's three of the next four positions are Porsche. But then got 3 from 8th to 10th, and then 3 from 13th to 15th, and then 3 from 18th to 20th. So, I wonder what makes the Porsche so popular. If it's not the speed, is it some of these drivers maybe feel more comfortable in that car? Have a little
I think
Porsche
after-
experience, but not a lot.
Yeah, I think after the 1.9 update, the Porsche has been like just a better car to drive in terms of like drivability. Probably tire wear is better. Yeah, not so fast on a straight line, but as you can see, there is a lot of Porsches on the grid, and they seem to be doing very nice.
I guess the car's just loved by many, and I wouldn't be surprised if there was just a lot of resources out there for the drivers to try to make those cars faster, since it is a popular car. Try to go with the car that has maybe 4 or 5 different setup options instead of the 1 or 2 that maybe the McLaren might have. Oh, deep goes wide. Jumps through the gravel a little bit there at the end of Tamburello. He's just got to hang on tight and do what he can with the final stint. Ooh, that sounded like like that might have been an over rev. That sounded pretty aggressive.
Let's hope that he doesn't blow up the engine. Not sure if he can do that, but
You can
never
damage
know.
the engine from over revving on downshifts. That upset the rear end as well. Cost him some time. I think Deep just needs to take a breath, recenter himself, and get back to what he knows best, going fast.
we are already past the last 30 minutes of the actual race. Mr. Kovacs still has not pitted, but he's a lap in front of P2 and P3, so he's okay in terms of keeping that position.
Yes. Yeah, I'm showing his stint timer at 64 minutes now, so he'll be in probably within the next 10. Probably a gas and go, or maybe even just a drive-through, depending on how it feels working out for him. And a quick update, we mentioned earlier that the GT4 Camaro had to take a drive-through penalty, and we were not sure if that was going to put him in 3rd or 4th place. Currently, that car is in 3rd place for the GT4 series, but is only up by 7 seconds over the number 76 McLaren. So they are poised to strike if any errors occur from that Camaro. That Camaro, of course, having a rather magical event up until this point, but the unlucky bug bit them as well. That car has somebody off there, but safely back on the track. That car is covered in rubber. It has seen a lot today. Those guys should be happy with how things have been going.
Yeah, generally they have not made any mistakes apart from the last pit stop where they have sped into the pits, but they have been very clean throughout the race, not getting into any incidents or getting any time penalties. So
And,
generally it's been a great race for them.
It has. Mr. Thomas Jack even had a big compliment for them on their racing etiquette for when they were being overtaken. So I think they had just a lot of good racing karma built up, and then unfortunately just got a bit unlucky there with that final penalty.
everything could happen, because for the 154 Porsche it has that 10-second penalty, which it's not enough for them to lose that P2, but they could have a moment with some GT3 cars or like spin or something like that, so
You know, that's a good point, Crime. If they have any penalties come through, it's going to go on top of that, and as penalties stack, they get more and more penalizing for that team. So they've got to drive extra carefully.
yeah.
And I mentioned just a moment ago that gap between the Camaro and the McLaren was 7 seconds. Well, that just came down to 5. That McLaren behind them is putting in the fastest times for the GT4 field right now. The leader put in a 153.9 on the previous lap. That McLaren put in a 151.8. They are booking it through the field right now. I don't know if maybe they got some good open air enabled them to put in a fast lap or something, but at this rate, they're going to be able to catch that Camaro before the end of the race and possibly gain a position at the last moment. We'll keep an eye on that as things go as well. Got one of the number 2 team serving the drive-through.
Yeah, another drive-thru for them, unfortunately.
Oh my goodness.
Another one. We have
battle
a
for
close
P6
battle.
looks like.
Yeah.
Got that yellow BMW making another appearance here as Peter Hartle tries to hold on to 6th place. And then
I
another
think
battle
he had
for
a
10th.
moment, the 187 Porsche,
Think
because
so?
I saw yellow flags for him. Yeah.
Oh. We'll see if Van Veckel can make use of that mistake right along with him. Is that a car pointing up at the middle of Aquaman Rally? Did I see that correctly?
I did not saw any.
I'm just gonna say that
pointing
maybe that there was some desync and it's been 4 hours and I'm losing my mind. That looked very confusing.
Hopefully that one is not actually a car.
Yeah. Van Veckel gets a bad exit out of that chicane there. The gap increases to 1.5. We're going to bounce over to Tim Waite and Patrick Starr here, who are within half a second. Patrick Starr driving that McLaren right behind the Porsche of Waite in the GBRC. I'm sorry, I said that incorrectly. That Trevor Waite's in the Ferrari, catching up to Gruber, who's in the Porsche up ahead. Porsche.
Yeah, they seem to have a nice battle.
Yeah, that Porsche got a great run here for the straight. I was expecting maybe the Ferrari to be able to punch its way up, but got a great run out of there. Maybe in the next lap the Ferrari will have something for the Porsche on the straight. I've really enjoyed doing this with you here, Crime. We're going to ride along with Gruber here in 10th place and see if we can figure out where Gruber's strong and where Wade's strong. See if there's any difference between the cars that the drivers can exploit here.
With being dark, I believe they can see that the track is way faster, and they might be over pushing it, which hurts the tires. So we will need to wait and see how they do with tire wear as well.
Yeah, I think you might have a good point there, because Wade just did drop back about a full second and then got caught behind the GT4 through Aquaman Rally, so that gap has opened up to over 1.5 seconds here. Oh, really sticking it in there against that GT4, and the GT4 behind missed the chicane. Everything's okay there. put the spotlight here on the Camaro. That McLaren that we were mentioning earlier that was running some wicked fast laps has indeed caught up to the Camaro. And with 20 minutes left in the race, I'm not sure if there's anything that Camaro can do to hold off that McLaren. They are at Paratella going into Aquamina Rally here. This is going to be the big indicator of who's quick and who's slower because, oh my goodness, look at how much ground that McLaren just picked up going through Aquamina Rally. That car is hooked up.
Maybe the Camaro didn't change tires in their last pit stop.
It almost seems that way, doesn't it?
Yeah.
But even the Camaro, I mean, the Camaro's not running slow. He's within a second of the leader's time here. Just the McLaren's running so fast. The McLaren's still the fastest GT4 on the track right now.
It seems that the 69 McLaren just got 10-second penalty for causing a collision, which we'll need to see what the steward says about it and why they got 10 seconds.
Look at that speed that the McLaren has. Wow, he just blew the doors off of that Camaro.
Yeah.
This is the same car we mentioned earlier who was going 10 kilometers an hour faster through the speed trap. And, I mean, you can see where that advantage came through. I guess now that things are cooler and maybe the car has a little bit more grip, it's just able to make use of that speed and still able to hang on to the track. Crime, you mentioned that the car number 69 has picked up a penalty?
So, you remember that the GT4 killed the 69 McLaren, but apparently instead of the GT4 getting a penalty, it seems like the McLaren picked up a 10-second penalty for that incident for causing a collision, which I'm not so sure if we can see the actual incident.
I'm having a lot of trouble finding these incidents in the log, unfortunately, so we won't be able to pull it back up. But if the stewards found Team Vapor at fault there for the incident, that's more than likely what happened, as had a Ferrari of Megan's slow there and Aquaman Rally, but he's getting back going. Back on track, looks clear. But yeah, that McLaren of the GT4 is just booking it away. He's already a second and a half away from that Camaro. Just so much speed. Murakami has caught up to Megan's after his off at Aquamina Rally. Let's see if we can come up this as we have 17 and a half minutes to go. Kovacs into the pits now. He's in for his final stop. His stint timer at 73 3/4 minutes. Really pushing and getting everything he can out of there. A quick stop. He's out and away.
Yeah, I don't think he changed tires, and also he doesn't need a lot of fuel, so yeah, he just needs to cruise till the finish line. 70 minutes remaining, so I think he has it in the back.
Kovacs up and to speed now. The gap to second place. Second place is now on the same lap as Kovacs, but he is still over 60 seconds behind. I think Kovac has just run away with this one, and that gold Bentley is going to get the gold cup today.
Yeah. Also, unfortunately, the Camaro, the GT4 Camaro, I think it has run out of fuel because they have stopped after Aquamina Rally. What happened?
Something's gone wrong with the Camaro. Stopped on the track on the side of the road. Yep, right at the end of Aquamina Rally. See if we can see what's going on inside. They can't seem to get the car fired. Struggling with the gears there, not sure what's going on. That car is not firing. They may need to tow that thing back into the pit lane. Hopefully they can avoid any trouble. As they are not on the racing line, but if any too wide action occurs out of Aqua Minerale and they have towed it back to pit lane, just the most unfortunate possibility for these guys near the end of the race. We'll bounce up to 74 car here. We've got Daniel Scott with Wynn's Cup Supercar Racing Team holding on to 5th place, but now under pressure from Harl in the 187 Porsche. I believe that's the blue and white one that has graced our screen several times today. The white and black one, sorry, the blue and black one. Indeed it is.
I have some update on the Camaro. It seems like they have just lost all power, and they are saying that they had 30 liters left. It seems very strange. Maybe apparently their engine blew up or something like that.
That's so strange. Either the engine blew up, or perhaps they had a button for the ignition that they accidentally bumped off. That's very strange.
I think the engine just went because they couldn't get the car started again. That is very unfortunate for them. Not so sure how much time they're gonna lose out in the pits, but they might even lose out on the podium as well.
Oh, that is so sad for those guys. They have had the thrill of victory and the agony of defeat all in the same race. What an emotional roller coaster for those guys. I really hope they do come back to the next endurance event so we can see them just really succeed and not have these issues. My heart goes out to them.
And also, P5 and P6 are having a battle.
Indeed, Daniel Scott at Variante Alta holding off Hartle as best as he can. They're both within a second of each other and have been for a bit. Seems like a lot of the great battles we've been seeing today have been McLaren and Porsche. And I mean, that just might be because there's so many Porsches and a lot of these McLarens are up at the top of the field, but it's been a lot of good racing between these two.
It does seem like both cars are like very similar, much in terms of just speed, so I think this is one of the reasons. But we'll see if Daniel Scott can actually hold on to that P5. It will be a very hard battle for him, but he's not a slow driver, so I'm pretty sure that he may hold off to it.
Yep, Daniel Scott has got a lot of experience in our Project Ameliorate series. He's well known for his love of that series and getting in a bunch of practice laps there. So no doubt he ran several practice laps in this car, trying to get the setup nailed down. Hopefully he can lean back on that training he's given himself, and he's able to get the car around without incident, because I think if he can just keep it clean for the next 12 minutes, come home with 5th. Well, though, not if Hartle has anything to say about it.
I think if just Daniel keeps it clean, doesn't make any mistakes, he has it in the back. They seem to be quite like similarly matched in terms of lap time, so it's just all about not making any mistakes in the last 10 minutes.
I am seeing more heartbreak for the number 2 Porsche, a stop-go 30. currently assesses them. I see that they were given a drive-through for causing a collision, and then they were given an additional drive-through, which upped it to a stop-go 30. So
I think that stop-go 30, I remember seeing it was for spinning in the pit lane. So maybe while serving that drive-through, just sped into the pits by a little bit. So.
oh my goodness, the Porsche just lost it coming out of that turn and absolutely took a left when they were supposed to be turning right there.
And he almost wiped out the Porsche in P2 as well.
Wow.
Which he's rejoining.
He was giving it everything he could there to try to get past Daniel Scott, but it looks like he pushed it just a little bit beyond the limit. The car doesn't seem to be too damaged. There is some scrapes on the front there, but it seems to be still traveling quite competently at a high rate of speed, so those guys are all right. Hartle just got to be heartbroken, unless Daniel here makes an issue of similar time efficiency. I think that's going to wrap up 5th place for those guys, as the gap is now 7 seconds.
The 69 McLaren almost got lucky with claiming that P2 again after the 187 Porsche almost wiped out the 232 Porsche actually, so it was very close.
That would have been something. Would have been a big heartbreak for 232, but a big lucky break for that 69 team. But glad they didn't get caught up in that. We talked earlier about did we think that fatigue and the distance of the race was going to be a factor for some of these drivers that are single drivers and racing without partners. But it looks like it really hasn't made a major effect at all, as our top 2 drivers are currently single drivers, no teammates. Kovacs and Galswick. And Galswick has been all over the place with penalties and issues, and he's been able to hang on to that thing, even though it seems to be losing the back end a little bit there through Aqua Minerale.
He definitely seems to have actually the pace and probably a lot of practice as well. We're just doing solo events in the past, and it just shows in that race that with obviously luck involved with deep cuts and that GT4 incident, but yeah, it's technically, if you think about it, 4 hours is, I think, kinda enough for a single driver. If it's a longer race, I don't think it will be that easy.
I think certainly if you're well trained and prepared for something like this, then 4 hours is something that you can do. And I think you're also right with if we do a 6 hour, those drivers that do it in a single sitting, it's beyond the limit of what the human body can accomplish without some sort of, a trip up here, an off track there, a penalty there. So
yeah,
these guys really showing that they've got the right stuff. Kovacs and Galswick, just the class of the field, and just my hat's off to them. Great work. Galswick catching up with the Win-sponsored McLaren of Daniel Scott here for 5th place. This will be a lapping of 5th place here. Galswick hits the sausage curbs a bit hard there, but still flashes and it's right by number 74, Daniel Scott. Daniel recognizing that he just needs to avoid trouble for these final 5 minutes and everything will be okay. Still saying that though, it's only 2.5 seconds between Daniel Scott and Hartle. They were together before earlier. Anything can happen in these final 5 minutes. Got a yellow flag for Withall. Looks like he was slow over the chicane. He's back going now, no trouble there. And a yellow flag for Hartle. Hartle off. We'll go back here and get a replay to see what happened. Hartle going through Aqua Minerale. Looks clean so far. Really hits that sausage curb and the car goes around. Clips the wall there. He's able to continue. Daniel Scott able to breathe a sigh of relief as that number, the gap was coming down, but now it's extended to 8 full seconds. I think at this point, Hartle is going to be content with 6th. He got a yellow flag. Our GT4 leader flashing the yellow flag. I think he just had an off the final 2 turns there. Ravaza, he's okay. The number 76 McLaren, who has been just booking it through the field, was able to pass the pass the Camaro earlier. He is up into 3rd place in the GT4 class as the Camaro disconnects.
Very unlucky for the Camaro, actually.
I agree. Too bad for those guys. But, an amazing comeback by these guys in the McLaren. They are still... I think there was a little bit of trouble with traffic, but this McLaren ran a 152.0 while the leader ran a 158.9. They're just fast. They ran a 151.9.
I think also the leader is not pushing as much.
I'm willing to bet that he had some trouble with traffic and he was just staying out of trouble.
Maybe.
Yeah. The Never Lift Extreme Racing 2 car now under pressure from Jay Hoffman, the number 90 Wildsaw 992. Naprong, I think, may have had an error on the last lap as his time was about 7 seconds slower than a typical lap that we see out of him. Still, the gap is less than a second here as they go into the first chicane, Tamburello. Hoffman looking nice and comfortable over those sausage curbs. I mean, they've been the bad guy for several of our racers so far.
On the 117 gets a drive-through for track limits.
Oh, right at the end of the race too. That's so saddening. But all eyes have been on Kovacs so far this race. He is 20 seconds into his lap here, and a lap will take about 144. So there is a chance that this could be the final lap, and he takes the he takes the checkered flag with the lap ending 1 moment before he crosses the line. So we'll continue to ride with him. And Crime, I know we may not have a official poll or anything for driver of the day, but how do you not give it to Kovacs, who runs the perfect endurance race, wins by a mile, laps the field during the pit stops, and is able to do it all single-handedly?
To be fair, yeah, Tom was a great challenger for driver of the day, but I think Kovacs has it because of just his incredible performance, 0 mistakes throughout the whole race. So I think he had it's very clear who is the driver of the day. For the GT3 cars, for the GT4, I think that Mercedes, apart from that first pit stop incident that they had with the GT3 cars, everything else has been very smooth for them. So yeah, I think it's just I'm surprised that leader is currently on the final lap, and I'm surprised that he didn't even slow down to just take the checker flag right now.
Yeah, that's really interesting. He totally could have done that. He could have just slowed down and given up a second or two. But no, Kovacs hasn't slowed down once this whole race, and he's not going to do it now just to save, what, 1 minute and 40 seconds.
Imagine if he runs out of fuel now.
That would
That
be
will
something.
be very unfortunate. If he does that, then we definitely switch the driver of the day to Thomas Jackson.
Yeah, I think there's no way around that, but I'm sure Kovacs has plenty of fuel to make the finish here, and this gold and black Bentley will go to victory lane, be covered in champagne, and we'll get a very beautiful screenshot posted in the Discord for winning the race in very dominating fashion. That gap to Galswick is still over 60 seconds. And still putting up very impressive lap times.
He's coming up to the first Rivazza.
Down the hill to Rivazza for the final time. And you are looking at your champion of the 4 hours of Imola. Martin Kovacs wins the race in dominating style.
Congratulations to him, actually dominating from the start.
Royal Green Racing is going to, I'm sure, come back in the next race to defend their first place victory, but what a race. Bounce over to Gauslik here, who is still about 60 seconds back. They are on their way to the Variante Alta.
We have the 99 Porsche who run out of fuel literally meters away from the finish line.
Oh, you're kidding! And so has the 26th place GT4, number 76, also out of fuel.
Are they actually gonna make them, or they will need someone to actually push them to to make the finish line? Literally P12 is gonna get him the 44 McLaren.
There are 2 cars out of fuel. He's got to be running that thing on the starter, trying to get that to move. He's got to be 200 meters away from the finish line. Oh no!
I don't think he's gonna make it. Someone really needs to actually give him a push.
Gauslik crosses the line in 2nd place. Stintoff crosses the line another lap down. He captures 4th place. Daniel Scott and the Wins car captures that 5th place. Hardle finishes with 6th. Deep Cuts grabs the 3rd place. And it looks like maybe there will be a little bit of help. The GT4 is helping the 99 Porsche cross the finish line here. What a show of sportsmanship. SA be damned. Let's get this car across the line.
I cannot believe it, they literally ran out of fuel.
That's incredible that they make it. Is that the line that, no, the line's up ahead there. There's the checkered flag. The 99 car is going to take the checker flag. He is going to cross the line to make it all 4 hours of the race and take 12th place. What a fun finish for these guys.
Yeah. They only lost one position, so I'm pretty surprised they actually didn't save fuel, or they just didn't pit, because it was very close.
That was good sportsmanship there. Who was that VRO? That's Valentino Rossi. That's the final GT4 car to make the finish. What a wonderful race for everyone involved. A good 4 hours at Imola. What a great way to spend a Saturday. I can't wait to get our winners up here in the interview booth. And we can get this conversation going. We put a quick message in the chat so I can tell everyone to show up for their interviews. I can't find that guy that finished in second place in Discord. All right, Crime looks like Kovacs is ready for the interview. We will bring him in.
Yes.
Hello, Kovacs. How are you doing? Good victory.
Hello.
4 hours all by yourself. Are you doing okay?
No.
My goodness. I hope you're doing okay. Well, you managed to get your golden Bentley up to the front, and you're heading home with a golden trophy. Congrats.
Yeah.
I honestly can't think of a way that this race could have gone any better for you.
Yeah. I mean, I was just trying to avoid getting a drive-through. So, yeah.
Were you at 3 track cut warnings near the end there?
Yeah, I got my last one
I see.
in the last 15 minutes.
Yeah, track cuts were a big part of today's race. I think we saw more than 10 drive-thrus due to track limits being exceeded. So you did a great job of being consistent, took the lead early and were out front early, and never ever looked back. How was it holding off the 232 Porsche of Gawelzik there at the beginning of the race?
There was one time where he closed up, like he was on my rear end, but we got into a little bit of accident. So yeah, he got the penalty after that, so yeah, I could relax a bit.
You were the only car that really pushed the stint limit all the way to its maximum on your pit stops. Was that your plan from the beginning, or did that become the plan once you had the lead?
To be honest, I didn't even practice the whole week, so this was just improvising.
Well, it certainly seemed well thought out and planned together, since you won this entire event by a solid minute, and at some point had nearly a lap on the whole field.
Yeah, almost.
Well, congratulations on your victory. We hope to see you in the next Racing Pals Endurance event so you can defend your title.
Definitely.
Thanks again for coming in for our interview.
Thank you, guys.
Enjoy your rest.
Thank you, thank you.
See you. We have in the interview waiting room, we have Deep Cuts and Thomas Chuck. Let me drag them in. Hello guys, how are you?
Hello.
Oh, we are happy. P3 is good.
Yeah, P3, decent.
Congrats on the P3. Well, I'm very unlucky with the whole traffic and the whole situation of how you lost that P2, but overall, from what happened at the start, I think it's still a very good result to get that podium. What happened in the last stint, Deep, actually?
It was a GT4, I can't remember which one, but coming through the left-hander before Aqua Minerale. It looked like he was going left, and I chose to take the outside. But then, like last second, it looked like he straightened his wheel and ended up on the outside, which is where my car already was, and I didn't have time to brake. So I shunted into the back of him and got spun around, and managed to get back on track ahead of Golacek, but it's only a matter of time before he made the pass, especially with hot tires and just generally being a bit quicker than myself. So, but still happy with P3. The objective before the weekend was to have fun and maybe get a podium. So quite happy with P3.
Yeah, because it definitely seems like you both had the pace in qualifying. You got the car like in P3, so you seem definitely to have the pace. So I think it's still a good result. Just I've been unlucky with the whole situation and also getting penalized 10 seconds at the end of it, even though it didn't matter much.
Right. Yeah.
Mm.
But yeah, quite happy. I was really happy to put it on P3 for qualifying. Qualifying's not usually my specialty, so I was quite happy with that. That was a PB for me as well. So yeah.
I think you both did very well. So
Thank you, and yeah, good stream by the way. I've loved having it on my other monitor while I've been spotting and racing. So yeah, thanks for the stream, boys.
well, no problem. Jacob has carried the whole stream.
Yeah.
Jacob, have you got any questions?
No questions. Just want to tell you guys had a good race. You put on a good show for us and made the stream nice and easy. So appreciate it. Congrats again on the 3rd place. Deep, I hope you're not too pooped for our race tomorrow.
No, I'm ready for that one. It should be fun. Looking forward to it.
All right. Well, congrats again, guys. Thanks for coming in for the interview. And if you happen to know who Gazlik is, the gentleman who finished 2nd, I've been trying to get him in here for an interview, but he's not under that name in Discord, so I'm having trouble finding him.
I don't know. I can quickly check on Race App if you need, but I tried to find him to congratulate him.
Well, if we can't find him, maybe we'll invite the Bikini Bottom Racing team to come up and join us.
Yeah, you should. Those guys are.
They had a great race. They were way up there from where they started, and they were doing it right. They were having fun.
Yeah. Good times, not lap times. So good for them. All right, lads, take it easy.
All right.
See ya.
Thank you, guys. Bye.
Bye.
Well,
have we got any of the GT4 drivers actually?
Let's see if maybe our GT4 leader, the 997 team, is available. I don't think they were on. No, they weren't in their team chat. Things are starting to file out here in the Racing Pals Discord. Everybody's kind of tired after that long race. Yeah, it looks like Bikini Bottom Boys left. They're not going to report for their interview. All right, well, we can wrap it up here then. Just want to touch on a couple of the upcoming events here for Racing Pals. Tomorrow, we've got... next one. Drat, I loaded in the wrong things here. 1 second.
have some technical difficulties.
The stream went so well up until now. Wouldn't you know, at the final moment. Okay, there we go. All right, so coming up tomorrow is our big first round of Project Ameliorate's second season at Hungaroring. That's going to be... Crime, can you respond to Bob Sponge in the Endurance chat, please?
I can do that.
So tomorrow is the first round of Season 2 of Project Ameliorate at Hungaroring. Project Ameliorate is Racing Pal's premier open-wheel racing series that involves having your cars upgraded between races, depending on your finishing position. We'll be seeing those cars around Hungaroring tomorrow. We're seeing a lot of speed out of the Indian bus drivers and the Spinardi team. So we're going to see them fight it out for first place while the other cars try to keep up. And then next week is going to be the first round of Season 8 of the Racing Pals series here in Assetto Corsa Competizione. 5 rounds this upcoming season. First one at Kailami, a great track, one of my favorites. If I wasn't already in Project Ameliorate and running that one, I would totally go to Kailami. Looks like we're going to have some of the Bikini Bottom boys joining us here in a moment for an interview. That's going to be nice. We'll bounce back over.
I'm just trying to get them. We have Bob Sponge in there and Patrick Starr.
Awesome. All right, let's drag him in.
Them.
Hello, fellas. Hey, thank you for joining us in the commentary booth. We wanted to bring you in for an interview. You guys sort of were a fan favorite out there today, being the Bikini Bottom racing team, and honestly, you guys kept moving up throughout the race, so it was always fun to check in on you guys.
It must have been the livery, I think, the fan favorite thing. No,
it was the livery. It was you really caught the commentary team off guard. We didn't check the entry list very closely, so when Patrick Starr handed off the card to Bob Sponge, we got a big kick out of it.
This is our second race, I think.
Well, you guys certainly did well. You were way up throughout the whole race, and you really embody one of the greatest ways to have fun in endurance racing, which is not necessarily to be there to win and compete for first place and really fight hard, but to have a great time, to be silly, to enjoy yourself for a couple of hours and go out there and have fun racing. So I just wanted to bring you guys in here so you could talk about your time and tell us about the time that you did have. So, well, I mean, how was it from start to finish?
Well, thank you. It was quite tough, to be honest. We didn't have great pace at first, but we were hoping that things would go rather well during the race and that eventually we would climb back up. We didn't have much action as far as I know. A bit here and there, a few collisions. It does happen, but nothing dramatic. And yeah, we're just here to have some fun. I mean, Patrick and I have been racing for now 7 years together, so yeah, we're still having some great fun.
We saw a lot of strategy play out with the way that the cars were set up, especially in terms of some cars being fast at the beginning of their stint, and then some cars really coming alive later on in the stint. What was your guys' car like?
Overall, it was quite stable, I think. We were gaining a little bit as the fuel burned off, but not to a great extent. But we certainly didn't lose time, I think, towards the end of the stints.
And then
so yeah, it was quite stable over the hour overall.
Yeah, overall, the car wasn't very set up to be fast, but more to have a reliable, consistent pace, because Patrick and I have completely opposite driving styles. So every time we have to compromise the setup and find a reliable middle ground, which we do every single time. And yeah, it's not a car that does a lot of fun stuff. It doesn't move around much, but it's something you can count on. I mean, it's not going to betray you in every single corner.
Was your car steady throughout the changing conditions as the sun set as well?
Pretty much.
Yeah, I think so.
Luckily,
Yeah. It was even slightly better, maybe, I would say, because the tires were cooler.
Very good.
I mean, my last stint was the best one, so...
So I've got to ask, who's the artist that created your incredible livery?
I think it's apparent from the tone that Bob Sponge does the setup and I do delivery.
Well,
yeah, pretty much. Yeah.
I think you guys combined to be a pretty fun team, so I hope you join us for more endurance events, because I'd love to see you out there on the track.
With
Yep.
pleasure. Thank you very much.
All right. Congrats again on finishing and making it through, and thanks for joining us for the interview.
Thank you. See you around.
Cheers. Ciao.
See you.
All right, so that about wraps things up here. Keep eyes on this channel for Project Ameliorate tomorrow and Racing Pals at ACC Kailami next week. Prime, thank you for joining me and being my co-commentator today. I know it wasn't really planned, but it made life a lot more livable up here in the commentary booth.
I really enjoyed commentating again. The last time I did that was probably a year ago with RP Series, so thank you for having me.
Absolutely. All right, well, thanks to all of the folks that joined in for the stream. And make sure to join in for the next one. Announcements should be coming out soon on the Discord for the location of our next endurance event, which should be in roughly a month. All right, bye everybody.
Bye bye.